Quiet, please.
Tonight, our television
Quiet, please.
into the African jungle to join a safari in search of wild beasts. While the
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called The Vale of Glen Cove. You go right through Santa Barbara on the coast road. Then 6 miles later at Goleta, 150 branches off to the right, up through Gaviota Pass. Named for the seagull that Gaspar de Portola shot there in 1769. The road leads up through the Santa Ynez Mountains, up to the old mission Santa Ynez. It's been there since 1804. Then they say the cactus in the garden there was planted by old Fray Esteban Tapiz himself. Now, the way from Goleta up over the mountains is a very pleasant way. And my mind's eye sees the gray-green sycamores along the ever-rising highway. And the hills above me reach for the blue bowl of the sky. And the hills are pleasant when winter comes and the rains lay their hands on them, descending from brown to green. I would remember the road in the late winter, in February time, short afternoon. It's a good time to remember them, my friend. It's a good time to remember them. And the girl beside me as we ride along the hill highway to Santa Ynez with an afternoon in February. In 1944, I'd have you remember that date. I found it very important. The girl beside me in the car along the road, the innocent, hard-won road that was first trod by the old Franciscan friars more than 2 centuries ago. And the winter green of the hills and the blue of the sky. And an uneasiness hurt in my heart. A premonition of darkness and haunted places half remembered. So that the girl felt the edges of my mood and fell silent. And after a while spoke as the shadows of the grove of sycamores slid along the length of the car, and we rode for a moment in the shade.
Tired, Alan?
No, not tired.
Sad about something?
I don't know what it is. I feel depressed.
Been working too hard at the studio, maybe.
Maybe.
Relax.
I don't seem to be able to relax.
Beautiful afternoon, no worries.
I know.
None of my business, Alan, but could I help, maybe?
I don't know what's the matter with me.
Lonesome for the war?
Hardly.
I mean, maybe you feel strange being out of it after all that.
No, I had all I wanted of that.
Want to talk about it? How are the girls out in the South Pacific? Pretty?
I didn't see any.
Well, tell me something. How'd you get enough gas to take a trip like this with an A card?
I'm a wounded hero. I get gas.
I feel a little guilty riding around burning up gas like this.
If you'd seen all the gas wasted that I've seen, it wouldn't bother you.
That's right.
Am I getting you down?
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Don't mind me. Did you have a good time at the Hollywood Canteen last night?
I got stuck in a corner with a radio actress with orchids.
Oh. I spent most of the evening with a little English sailor. It's not English, Scottish. Royal Navy, though.
Talk Scots with him?
About Scotland.
You're Scots, aren't you? That where you got that name?
My father and mother were born there.
That name?
Iona? Yes, of course. Iona's a Campbell name.
Island or something.
An island. That's right. I remember my father used to tell me about an excursion boat that used to run out to the islands in the Firth of Clyde.
Whatever that is.
The name of the boat was Iona. There was a comedian on it who had a routine about buying the boat. When I was a little girl, I used to go into hysterics when my father told me how his partner would ask him the boat's name, and he'd say Iona, and the straight man would say, "Well, keeper, but what's the boat's name?"
Iona.
Sure. The right name of the Campbells are coming is Bila Iona Rora.
What's that mean?
I haven't the slightest idea. Aren't you Scottish, too?
MacDonald.
Oh, of course.
All I know about Scotch, though, is I go into Lucy's and ask for Glenlivet, finest Scotch whiskey in town. Only place in Hollywood you can get it.
See? You're feeling better again.
What?
I said you're feeling better again.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Come on, boy, wake up. Your name is Alan McDonald, and you're driving a car along California 150, and we're going to see Santa Ynez Mission.
I'm sorry. I was thinking.
About what?
You said something about the Campbells are coming.
The what?
The pipe music.
Pipe? Oh, bagpipes.
Yes.
What about bagpipes?
That's in the dream, too.
Look out, Alan! You're going off the road!
The words of the old man come back to me slowly. The old man in the dream. The sight of kilts. Kilts? No, filibegs of blue and green and black. The ancient tartans of the Campbells. The sound of war pipes, ribbons fluttering from the great black drones of the war pipes, and the skirl of the chanters above the sobs of the women. The sound of men's voices singing above the wails of the women. The great Argyle, he goes before, he makes the cannons and guns to war. I'm all right. What happened?
Darling. You drove right off the road.
I did?
Look at your beautiful car. Are you hurt?
Me? I'm all right.
You sure?
Yeah. You all right? Are you all right?
I just bumped my head.
Let me see. Gee.
But look at your car.
I smashed all this.
Now what?
Gee, I'm sorry, Iona. I don't know what happened.
You just seemed to pass out, kind of.
I don't know.
You got out of the hospital too soon, Alan.
Yes, I must have.
Well, sit down. There'll be another car along right away.
I better.
Here.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'm awful sorry, Iona.
Think nothing of it.
What'd I do? Just black out?
You just sat there with your eyes turned up. I never saw anything like it.
I'm sorry.
And singing.
Sing?
You said you didn't know anything about Scotch things.
Huh?
Where'd you learn the words to The Campbells Are Coming?
In the dream, the black rocks, the tortured black rocks and the high crags above, with the mist drifting down the glen and the waters descending and flowing over in the marshy beds where the gillies dig the brown peat from the ground. A place where man was not meant to exist. A place primeval and awful. death-haunted and grisly beyond my words. The very path, blood-soaked and horrible. Clinging back the light of day in the good yellow sunshine, and seeming the very mouth of blackest hell itself. Where shall I, waking, see such desolation, such dismal horror?
'Tis the very gate of death.
The voice of the old man.
Glen Cove.
The tall old man with the white hair.
Glen
The
Cove.
old man, the old fox.
MacDonald of Glen Cove.
It's going to get dark before long, Ellen.
What time is it?
My watch stopped.
Somebody will be along.
I hope so. You cold? I am.
Put on my coat.
No, you're the sick man.
I'm not sick.
Well, you...
I don't know what happened to me, Iona.
Head feel all right?
Of course. My legs are getting stiff. Want to walk a little ways? Somebody will be along.
If you feel strong enough.
Oh, I'm all right.
Help you up.
Thanks.
Which way?
Well, we were going this way. As a matter of fact, I think Las Cruces post office is up the road a piece. Not far.
I've never been up here.
I have. Should be somebody there anyway. We can sit down. Maybe use a phone.
Wait for me.
Come on. Those are no shoes to go for a walk in, Iona.
I didn't expect to take a walk, Dorothy.
I'm so sorry.
I'll forget it. Let's step out a little. I'm freezing.
Come on. Don't sing that.
Oh, what's the matter?
I don't like it.
What? Sorry.
Thanks.
I'm worried about you, Alan.
I'm all right.
I know, but
What?
you're a nice guy.
You're a nice girl, Iona.
Thanks, Mac. What about that dream?
Dream?
Nightmare,
I can't remember, Iona.
Can't.
No.
Won't.
Now, look, little girl, I've been psyched by experts.
Not trying to psych you.
Excuse me.
Ah,
A little sensitive, I guess.
now stop it.
Well, guy gets his head batted in. You know, all the docs. This guy okay for sound? You know.
You shouldn't have gone back to the studio so soon after getting out of the hospital.
I know, but they need training films, and I'm the guy who knows how to be the big, fat, technical advisor. Only
what?
I don't like to have people looking at me wondering if I got all my buttons or not. You can laugh.
Ah, you're all right, baby.
All right. I go into a trance and drive off the road with my best girl alongside me.
What did you say?
I said I go into a trance and
No. No, the last part of it.
Huh? Well,
About the best girl. That part.
yeah, with... Huh?
Could be you meant that, Alan?
You don't think I'm off my rocker a little? Huh?
I sure don't. What do you mean?
Well, if you don't think so, then I meant it.
Alan?
What?
Would you have a kiss for your best girl?
In the dream, the raw red smell of fresh spilled blood, and the smell of smoke pouring from the burning houses. In the dream, the blackness of early dawn reddened with the flames from the burning houses. And in the dream, the cries of the dying, and the women, and all the men and the children. In the dream, the voice of the old one, The long dead old one. The chief. The MacDonald of Glen Cove.
The winter, and the snow deep on the moors. One came from Edinburgh with the word that all the clans must sign the pledge of loyalty to William before the winter was spent. And the word came to Glen Cove after all the others, for they hated the MacDonalds. I hoping the word would be too late, and we could not sign, and the Lowlanders would come and take us. Aye, mind ye. Aye, MacIan MacDonald of Glen Cove. I braved all the winter snow, and I came to Fort William and said I would sign the paper. And they sent me away to the sheriff of Inverary. And again, through the snow I went, and I set my name to the paper for the sake of all the MacDonalds of Glen Cove, that they might not forfeit their lives. And I was content, for they would live, and there would be peace among us all, Hieland and Lowland alike. Aye, and the lambs reeked in peace in the morning again the high dread rock of the Glen.
The voice of the old man, the chief, the old fox in my dream. And in my dream, the wailing of the pipes, the MacDonald pipes, the lament for Glen Cove.
Was that thunder? Alan, was that...
I never heard thunder in Southern California before.
It's going to storm. It's so dark. Oh, come on, Alan, let's run. I don't want to get caught in this.
It is thunder, Iona.
What's the matter with you? You've heard guns.
I don't like it.
You're scared? You're scared, honey?
Thunder and lightning always frightened me when I was a kid back east. I guess I never got over it.
You take hold of your best girl, Alan. She'll protect you.
For that, I thank you.
I don't see any lightning, though.
You never see lightning in California.
You California characters.
We're all right.
You're all right. Listen to that.
Wish we had some place to get inside.
We should have stayed in the car.
It's too far to start back there. Anyway, it'd be just a little uncomfortable standing on its ear in the ditch.
Poor car.
For you.
We ought to be getting to that country post office you said, Las Cruces, wasn't it?
Seems to be farther than I thought.
Sure you know where you are.
Been up here a million times.
Is the road always as bad as this?
It's not so bad when you're driving.
I should have worn my moccasins.
Why?
Keep falling into the ruts with these high heels.
Maybe there'll be somebody at Las Cruces and we can get a cup of coffee or something.
Matter, you cold, too?
That breeze is fresh.
Wait till the rain starts. You get good and cold then.
We stop under a tree and build a fire.
What tree?
Well, you see what you mean. Trees everywhere except where we are. When it rains.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I'm not used to walking.
Want to rest?
No, we'd better get along. The rain will hit any minute.
It's dark. Say, maybe it's night coming on.
No, it's 2 o'clock just as we came up the hill at Goleta. It's about 4 now. Ouch.
What?
I stepped into another one of those darn ruts.
Ruts?
I told you, my high heels.
Oh, I heard you the first time. I thought you were kidding.
Kidding?
No ruts in a concrete road.
Concrete? Where's concrete?
Why? Hey,
Don't you know where you are?
where'd we get off the main road?
Isn't
We
it?
must get off it somewhere.
This is a wagon road, a dirt road.
Oh, how do you like that? You and me, we're lost.
Oh, no, Alan.
Maybe I've really fixed you up today, haven't I?
Wait.
What?
Listen. I thought...
Wait.
No.
I guess not.
What did it sound
What
like
did
to
it
you?
sound like to you?
I thought it was the sound of pipes.
The sound of MacDonald Coronacabuna Brace.
Why, Alan, you sounded just like a real Scotsman when you said that.
The Coronach of my dreams. The old sorrowful wail of the pipes in the dim darkness echoing through the grim gates of the Vale of Glen Cove, sorrowing for the MacDonalds who died. And the voice of the old leader, old Mackian, the old fox, as he told his dreadful tale in my dream.
And I had set my name to the paper, as I said to you, young MacDonald. And our people had, I thought, the protection of the crown. And we were to be left to dwell in peace among the crags of Duckling, Glencoe. But there are aye many that hate the MacDonalds and would see us all dead in our graves. And they are the ains that took counsel among themselves to plot our doom and destruction. For I, McKeon, the old fox, I had outfoxed the enemies of the MacDonalds by signing their oath. And I'll say to you that I meant to keep it. Though all the MacDonalds have been liegemen to James and his line. But now, William the Dutchman rules, and Jamie's fled. Thus, there was one Dalrymple in Edinburgh, and when he examined the paper, it seems that the name of Mackeon MacDonald of Glencoe had been expunged for the paper, so that we were still held traitors, though we knew it not. So, when the soldiers of the Duke of Argyle's regiment came to Glencoe, and Campbell of Glen Lyon leading them, we welcomed them and took them into our homes and treated them as honoured guests. Aye, every man of them was a Campbell, and their pipes be forever roaring out the chant about the great Argyle. And when the MacDonald pipes skirled, it was only the old reels and the strathspeys. And the MacDonald pibroch was never heard for the roaring of the Campbell war pipes in the Glen. And the dismal black crags of the Glen gave back the sound of Bella Iona Aurora to MacDonald ears.
Alan?
Stay close to me, darling.
Lightning.
I saw it.
Did you see? Great, high, dismal black rocks I saw, Alan. Great, horrible, jagged crags and a stream splashing down among them. Oh, Alan.
I saw it.
Alan, where are we?
We're lost.
Alan, listen. I do hear it. I do hear the pipe. Alan? Alan?
In the darkness. In the lightning-splashed darkness and the rain and the mist, many things are revealed. The coronach of the MacDonalds, the sobbing, sorrowful music from the blackened crags. All is now clear to me. The dream returns to me, and it is morning of a February day 2.5 centuries ago in the Vale of Glencoe. And I see the soldiers of the Campbells in the gray of the early dawn as they grope their several ways to the homes where they've been honored guests. And the glint of little lights on the naked claymore blades bodes ill for the MacDonalds. A child laughs and calls to the companion of yesterday. The claymore slashes down at him and a massacre has begun. The Campbells are everywhere, slashing, burning, shooting down the helpless ones who yesterday bade them welcome at their firesides. Put all to the sword that none may escape, the secret order said to them. And the Campbells did well their work. And this is the dream I could not remember. save for the old man, the old fox, that fell, the last of them all, beside his hearth that morning in Glen Cove. In my dream, I heard his dying words, "Cursed be ye all." And the claymore of the Campbell struck him fair between the eyes. An unarmed man. But still in the dream, his voice went on.
You are a MacDonald. Never forget it. Never forget that the MacDonalds of Glencoe shall be revenged against the Campbells. Never shall one of the name of Campbell enter the dark, the blood-haunted vale of Glencoe. Never, never, never. And when you hear the coronet of the MacDonalds, remember.
Don't cry, darling.
I'm afraid, Alan.
We'll be all right.
Listen. Listen, the pipes again.
No.
Don't you hear it?
I hear it.
Alan, hold me.
There's somebody coming.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
See him? See him in the lightning flash?
why, it's the man with the bagpipe. What am...
Wait, Iona. Hey!
An old Scotsman, at least.
Come on. Let's go talk to him. Maybe he...
Wait for me.
Hey, friend! Watch your step, Iona.
He scares me. Ask him where we are and let's get out of here.
Excuse me, sir. Would you mind telling us where we are? I smashed my car and I guess we got lost.
You didn't ken where you are, then, MacDonald?
Why, how did you... I've heard that.
You've heard my voice. I am MacIan MacDonald.
In my dream.
Welcome him, MacDonald. You're in the Vale of Glencoe.
Glencoe?
Welcome him. You and your lady.
Alan.
Wait, Iona.
Iona?
I am Iona Campbell.
On a February morning in 1694, the Campbells marched away from Glencoe and Inverlucky, and not a MacDonald was left living. On a February day, 250 years after, they found me sitting beside the body of Iona Campbell, under a sycamore tree, 2 miles from Las Cruces. There is no place in all that mountain region that remotely resembles the Vale of Glencoe, where no Campbell may enter and live. Goodbye. The title of the Quiet Please story you have just heard is The Vale of Glencoe. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And J. Pat O'Malley was MacIan MacDonald. Helen Choate played Iona. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is by Albert Berman. The pipe music was by Pipe Major James Petrie. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet, Please. For next week, I have a story for you about black, or at least dark gray magic. It's called As in a Glass Darkly.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called There Are Shadows Here.
Look at my hands. Trembling like a leaf. And there's nothing I can do to stop it either. Well, if you've been through what I've been through. Last Wednesday, I come into Tim's bar. I sit down on a stool. I say, I'll have a Scotch mist, Patty.
Oh, hiya, Woody.
Scotch mist, Patty.
Scotch mist. Hey, there's a lady in here looking for you.
Lady?
Yeah. What kind of scotch?
Got any Glenlivet?
No, just white horse. That's 69. Maybe there's a little left in the Hague bottle. Yeah, a lady looking for you.
Who was she?
I don't know. I never seen her. Tim told me about her.
When was she here, Patty?
A while ago.
Well, what'd she want?
I don't know. He was just looking for you. Scotch mist.
Well, didn't she say what she wanted?
Just wanted you. Is that stuff good?
It's all right. Why?
I was just wondering. I never tasted it.
Don't you ever take a drink, Patty?
Me? Oh, I never take a drink. Except ginger beer. You can't get that anymore.
That's so?
Comes in little stone jugs. Crocks, like.
Funny about that woman.
Yeah, I sure used to like ginger beer. I think Tim said her name was Esther.
Esther? I don't know any Esther.
Esther, Hester, Lester. Something like that.
Esther, huh?
Yeah. Esther, Hester, Lester. I don't know.
Well, if she was good looking.
Tim didn't know.
What?
Tim said he didn't see her face, see? You don't know her, huh?
Well, I don't think so. It's funny.
Dames. You want another of them things?
Yeah, I'll have another.
Oh, sure wish I could get some ginger beer. Used to drink it up in Canada. Marlborough Hotel in Winnipeg. Drink it with a quart.
I wonder who it could have been.
Who?
The woman that was looking for me.
Oh, I don't know. Scotch mist.
Yeah, thanks. Esther, huh?
Yeah, that's what Tim said.
I don't know any Esther.
Well, she knows you. Woody, she says. That's your name, ain't it?
Sure.
I could give her your phone number.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
If she comes in again, tell her to leave her phone number. I could call her up.
Yeah. I'll tell Tim.
Hey.
Huh?
How come Tim didn't see her face, Patty?
Oh, it's always dark in here. Always shadows in here.
Oh.
Shadows set you nuts sometimes.
Yeah?
Yeah. Good thing I don't drink nothing but ginger beer. Even if I could get it. You drink, and these here shadows set you nuts.
Yeah, it is dark in here.
Oh, that Tim. Look at them shadows, Woody. That there one in the corner by the cannibal's head. Don't it look like the cannibal's head is making faces at you? Look now.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks funny.
I'm in here all alone. It pretty near sets me nuts. There's one there by the second booth, you see? Looks like a big black cat.
You got a terrific imagination, Patty.
There's one under the bar here.
Huh?
Every time I stoop down to pick up a beer glass, I jump. Looks like a hand reaching out for me. Makes me jump.
Hell, I'd say it's a good thing you don't drink.
Nothing but ginger beer. I go nuts.
Well, I'm going to get out of here before I go nuts, too.
Okay. $1.30.
And a dime for you, Patty.
Oh, much obliged. If she comes in again, I'll tell her you was here. Shadows. Every place you go, there's shadows.
When did I say that was? Last Wednesday. The things that can happen in less than a week. Look at my hands. I can't stop shaking. Patty and his shadows. I said to myself, I'm not going to Tim's anymore. There's a bar in the hotel where I can drink my Scotch mist and not have him mumbling in my ear all the time. I got to thinking about shadows, though, myself. I was sitting in the Italian place waiting for my lasagna and stuff and wondering if I should order a bottle of wine. There was a candle on the table. There was a little draft in the room. The flame was jumping up and down. And the shadows on the wall. It doesn't take much imagination to see things in shadows, does it? Game everybody plays. You want a little bit of advice, though, friend? Don't do it. Huh? Oh, I'll tell you. First thing I found myself making shadows on the wall with my hands. A rabbit, old man waggling his beard, owl. You know how you get fascinated with that kind of stuff? The waiter must have thought I was crazy. I know he did when I jumped up and knocked the table over with all the dishes on it.
Hey, what's the matter with you, mister? You sick?
What made that shadow?
What a shadow. I see you making with the hands from the shadows on the wall.
I didn't make that shadow.
What a shadow you talk.
There was the shadow of a woman there.
Oh, you talk a crazy, mister. There wasn't been no woman here for 2 weeks. Not since Esther got mad and quit.
Esther? Who's she?
She's a waitress here the last week, and she quit. The boss is saying he's not going to have no woman in this place and never, especially not Esther.
I ordered the bottle of wine and I drank it. Because I'm telling you, I did see the shadow of a woman's head on the wall next to me. And I'm also telling you I didn't have anything to do with it. All right, think whatever you want to. I tell you, I saw it. And Esther, too. Now, what do you think of that, my friend? Well, let me go on. I went home. I went to bed. Sure, of course I dreamed about shadows. What do you expect? Well, I live in a hotel, as I said, all by myself in a little room on the 8th floor. I didn't think I was going to get to sleep, but I did. I read a while. I left the light on in the bathroom. Didn't go for the dark, you see. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty from all that wine I drank. I started to get up and go to the bathroom for a drink of water. As I sat up in bed, see, there was a square of light on the wall opposite my bed from the bathroom light. And right in the middle of that patch of light, there was a shadow. The shadow of a woman, just standing there. Not doing anything, just standing there. I was scared. And the darndest thought come into my mind, scared as I was. I didn't get out of bed at first. I just sat there and I said, Esther? And there wasn't any answer. And I tried it again. Esther?
Yes.
Ever feel your hair actually stand on end? Well, it does all right. Mine did. And I managed to speak again. I said, what do you want, Esther?
Will you come with me?
And the shadow sort of stretched out its arms to me in a gesture that was like a little girl. And yet it wasn't. It was, I don't know how to say it, like someone who was in love with me, someone that I loved. Oh, I can't explain it. I got up and threw my robe around me, and I walked toward the light. The shadow moved, too. It moved toward the door of the room, the door that leads out into the hall. The shadow's hands touched the doorknob. I looked to see who it was that was casting the shadow. And I tell you, I was alone in that room. Yes, sir, I was alone in the room. I turned back to the door just as the shadow seemed to kind of melt into the wood, and then seemed to go on through the locked door. And I reached for the door and opened it. The shadow was moving down the hall toward the stairway beyond the run of the elevators, and there wasn't a soul in the hallway. I tell you, there wasn't. The hall's brightly lighted, and all there was this woman's shadow gliding away from me along the wall. I stood there with my mouth hanging open. Just as the shadow reached the end of the hall, it stopped and put out its arms again.
Will you come with me?
And I slammed the door shut, turned all the other lights in my room off, and I stuck my head under the cold shower. I was scared to death. And you know what? There was a smell of perfume in the room. Russia leather. I remember it from a girl I used to know in New York that always used it. And believe me, brother, I haven't got any Russia leather perfume in my room. But I smelled it. Plain. Well, all right. Maybe somebody's playing tricks on me. But if you can tell me how to play that one, brother, I'll put in with you. Listen, I was riding down on the elevator the next morning with Frankie, the wise kid that runs the car. You know what he did? Listen.
Hey, Woody.
Huh?
You stink swell.
What?
Perfume. I didn't know that about you.
What are you talking about?
Sure smells expensive. Where'd you get it?
You trying to kid me, Frankie?
Oh, goodness, no.
And I could smell it myself then. Russia leather. Well? I don't know why I ever go to Tim's. It's dark in there, and Patty... Well, you know Patty. Yeah, he gets you down mumbling... Always mumbling about the shadows. And that's where I first heard about Esther, too. It's a depressing place. So...
Got your list, Woody?
Yeah.
I don't see why you drink these things. We had some ginger beer now. But you can't get it. Why do you drink these things?
I like them.
Tim says your girl was in here again today.
Who?
This Esther, or whatever her name is. She was in, Tim said.
When?
Today. She asked for you.
What did you tell her?
I didn't tell her anything. It was Tim seen her. Or, rather, he didn't see her.
Why didn't he see her?
The shadows, you know.
Yeah. You didn't see her face to face then?
Just kind of like a shadow.
I see. What'd she want?
You, he said. She said. Wanted you to go someplace with her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's all I know. You, want another Scotch mist?
Yeah, I guess so. Patty.
Sir?
Do you believe in ghosts?
Yes.
Oh.
Scotch mist. Sure, you work around a place like this as long as I have. You believe in everything. These here shadows. There was a fellow murdered here once when it was a speak. A fellow hit a fellow with a chair.
Yeah?
Yeah. If you see over there on the end of the back bar, that's one leg of the chair. Tim always likes to keep these here souvenirs. I don't care much about them.
Yeah, I shouldn't think you would.
No, them things is haunted, see? Boy, you ought to be here sometimes late at night when I'm alone.
Why?
The things that happen. Aye, give me the willies.
What things, Patty?
Oh, shadows and things. Scare you right out of your year's growth. You know what, for instance?
What?
These here shadows, Woody. Nothing worse than a shadow.
You're telling me.
Unless it's not a shadow.
What do you mean?
Well, there's people that don't have no shadow, see?
You know what I think, Patty?
What?
I think either you or me is crazy.
Huh. Well, maybe it's both of us. What makes you think so?
Talking this way.
Yeah? What are you scared of?
Who says I'm scared?
What's your hands trembling for that way?
Well, I drink too much.
It ain't that kind of trembles, Woody.
It is, too.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Don't look now.
What?
Right behind you. Take it easy now. There's a shadow on the wall behind you, Woody.
Cut it out.
There's a shadow of a woman on the wall right behind you, Woody. And there ain't nothing that's making that shadow.
A woman?
Yeah. A woman looking right at you. Go ahead. Turn around and look.
And I turned around slowly on my stool. I looked at the wall where Patty was pointing. I looked hard. Patty, you're crazy. Isn't any shadow there?
There's two.
There is not. I'll go show you. There, you see? My overcoat here on the bench.
Where's that perfume all come from?
Hello, Frankie.
Hiya, Woody. Hard day at the office?
Yeah, not especially.
Oh, you just look kind of peeking.
Well, I feel all right.
You in love, maybe?
What?
Who was the babe looking for you?
Babe. Looking for me?
Yeah, a little while ago.
I don't know any babes, Frankie. What's she look like?
Don't kid me, Woody.
I'm not, I tell you.
Hey, Florence. Hey, Florence.
Listen, Frankie.
Yeah?
Listen, there is a woman that's been looking for me. I don't know who she is.
You in a jam?
Yes.
Well, I didn't see her, Woody, honest. I was just closing the door to run up to the 12th to pick up the old guy with the teeth, you know. And I saw her just a second. She asked for you, and the old guy was punching the buzzer. You know how he does. And all I saw was a kind of a shadow, see?
A shadow?
Yeah, kind of, you know. Hey!
What?
That perfume I was kidding you about this morning.
Well?
She had some of it on, too. Does that make you think of anybody?
Yes, Frankie. Yes, it does make me think of somebody. Which budge, Frankie?
Huh?
Who is it?
Me. Patty. Is that you, Woody?
What are you doing here, Patty?
I come to visit you.
Well, come in.
Hey, has she been here, Woody?
Who?
You know who I mean, this Esther, whoever she is.
She was here.
You see her?
No.
Good.
Patty, what is this?
It's ascending.
A what?
Ascending, like they used to have in the old country. My grandpa used to tell me about it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She's after you. She's come to get you. Now listen, did she ask you to come with her?
Yes, she did. Last night.
Oh, man.
How do How do you know so much about all this, Patty?
I know a lot of things you ain't got any idea I know. My grandpa was born with a caul.
What?
A caul. A thing on his head. Look, I know what I'm talking about, Woody. I'm going to make her go away.
Patty, listen.
No, you listen. I know what I'm talking about.
Is she a real woman?
She is a shadow.
Patty, if you're playing a dirty trick
Woody,
on me...
I was never more serious in my life.
Well, what are we going to do?
You watch, and you do just like I say.
Well,
turn off the lights.
Patty...
Turn off the lights. Go on.
And I turned off the lights in the room, feeling like another idiot. Patty and I sat down in the darkness to wait. And we waited. And waited. And at last I heard a noise. A faint, strange, uncanny noise. I whispered, Patty. There was no other sound. And it was fully 5 minutes before I realized that the sound that had set my hair stand on end again was Patty snoring. And so I got up and turned the lights on again and kicked Patty out and went to bed. Well, maybe I dreamed it, maybe I didn't. But somewhere in the darkness I heard the sound of someone stirring in my room. And a voice.
Woody. Woody? Come with me.
And I woke. And the scent of her perfume was heavy in the room. That would be last Thursday, wouldn't it? Well, the next night I came straight home and Patty was in my room waiting.
I tell you, Woody, you're in danger.
And so we sat late again, Patty with a curious collection of books and implements that he said would get rid of the sending for once and all. But there was no sending. Patty stayed all night with me, and we heard no sound, saw no shadows, smelled no perfume. But there was dust on the shelf of my bathroom. And when morning came, Patty showed me something scrawled in the dust by a finger. A woman's finger, if I'm any judge. It was just one word. A name. Esther. Maybe Patty did that himself, maybe not. I didn't know what he was up to. I can't get away from the fact that there is someone named Esther who wants to see me, whose shadow I have seen, whose voice I have heard. Someone who leaves the scent of Russia leather behind her, who scrawls her name in the dust. In the dust. That's curious, isn't it? Dust. Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. Now, Patty and I sit again in the dark waiting. This time I know something's going to happen. Patty says you send her back where she came from. Send her back alone.
It can be done, Woody. All you have to know is the secrets like my grandpa knew. They've got all this stuff right here. Only thing is, maybe she knows. And she won't come whilst I'm here.
Yeah, we see, Patty, but I'm telling you something had better happen. Yeah, I'm about at the end of my string.
If she comes, she'll go, Woody.
I hope so.
Yes, sir. Shadows is terrible things. And the only other thing that's worse is for a man not to have a shadow.
Well, how could that be?
How could there be a shadow without anything for it to be a shadow of?
Yes.
Shh, quiet.
It's late. It's past midnight, I think, and I'm so sleepy I can hardly keep my eyes open. Patty, are you awake?
Yeah.
And the little light from the bathroom casts its square of light on the green wall alongside the dresser. And I can just barely hear the traffic in the street below. A night owl taxi. Somebody yelling a goodbye to a belated friend and...
Be still, Woody. What? Looky at the wall.
And I look at the wall. And there is a shadow in the
the air. And the shadow stretches out its arms to me.
It's time for us to go.
And I find myself getting up from my chair. And the shadowy arms are about to take me. I hear Patty muttering something, and he seems so far away. And the arms are still reaching for me. Suddenly there's Patty's voice again, loud, real in the room.
Turn on the lights.
Of course I'll turn the lights on, Patty. And I do turn on the lights, and it's just a room again. And the shadow is still there. The arms are still reaching out for me, and the shadow starts towards the door. And suddenly, Patty screams again.
Woody, your shadow's gone.
And so my shadow is gone. So it is. And I follow the other shadow, Esther's shadow, to the door, and I open the door. And I follow the shadow out into the hall and down the hall. And it seems so odd to be walking along in the light and there's no shadow for me. And the elevator door is open. And I walk in, and the shadow glides in ahead of me. And there's a woman standing there at the back of the elevator. The shadow just seems to melt into her figure. And I look at her and I say, Esther? She looks back at me as if she never saw me in her whole life. The elevator jerks suddenly. It starts to plunge faster and faster down the shaft. She turns horrified eyes to me and she screams. And I know the sending is completed. And Esther and I are done with shadows forever.
Quiet Please for Tonight was called There Are Shadows Here. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Alan Sparrow was Esther. Patty was played by Ed Latimer. The writer was Sid Cassell. And Frank Thomas was Frankie. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, words from our good friend, Bill Cooper.
Nobody living or dead was even hinted at in tonight's Quiet Please story. I thought up the characters in the story without any outside stimulus at all. Next week's Quiet Please will be called Gem of Purest Ray.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called 13 and 8.
I don't
remember when was the first time I seen him, I don't think. When was the fire at the Harbor Hotel? Last August, wasn't it? When the fellow jumped out the window, lit on the streetcar, got carried 3 blocks in his night shift? Yeah, last August. I guess that was the first time. I've seen him a lot of times since then. Well, I never thought much about it the first time. Me and this kid Buzz, we was covering the fire. You know how it is when the hotel gets on a fire in the middle of the night. It could be a big story. You hear the shot of a guy doing a swan dive out the 20th story and get one of them prizes. Only the Harbor Hotel is only 3 stories high, and this guy landed on a streetcar, and all he got was a fractured clavicle, wherever that is. When I get the pictures, only no prize. I'll tell you about it, see? There's about 12, 15 photographers there from different papers, and a lot of reporters and cops and firemen and things. Too many of the bubblegum kids with their box cameras getting in everybody's way, and once in a while getting stood on their heads in the gutter by working stiffs like me. All of a sudden, this Buzz, he hollers, "Hey, look at the guy in the window." And I look, and so does everybody else. And everybody has got his camera aimed at the guy, and this citizen steps right in front of him. Well, you know what is a lens louse? We get them all the time. They're citizens, they want to crawl into a picture a news photographer's making, and so they get their pussies in the paper. And they're by the millions, brother, by the millions. So we got to kind of yell. We yell sometimes when we see a lens louse lousing up a picture to warn off the other guy, see? We holler 13 and 8. Then everybody is onto his guard, see, and the lens louse thinks out a prayer. So I holler 13 and 8. And all the other photographers, they look around, and just then the fella jumps out the window, and I'm the only guy looking, and I bang the shutter. Well, I figure the lens louse was right in the middle of the picture. He was googling into my lens. But maybe I also got the fella jumping off in the wind into the background, and we could rout out the lens louse and just have a shot of the guy flying through the air with a greatness of ease. Well, up runs Biggie Wallenstein from the press, and Orrie Parks, and Lee Nittinger, all hollering and waving their cameras because they missed the picture on account I hollered 13 and 8. And I said, listen, I'm just trying to be a nice guy and a comrade. I missed the picture too, don't I? And they say there wasn't nobody. And I say, what do you mean, your adjective? And they say, there wasn't nobody, and I was just trying to draw him off the picture. They say there was too. He was a guy, wasn't he, Buzz? And this Buzz, he looks kind of funny, and he said, sure there was. And then it's Biggie Wallenstein, he said that this was the old days we take the plate away from you and bust it. I said, well, it's film, and you can't bust film. And then I say, and besides, this is the new days, and you lay off, and maybe I'll take your face and bust it. Then they swore at me, and the fire was out. So Buzz and me, we went back to the office. So we go in the dock room, and I cook the film. Sure enough, I got a sensational shot of the guy skimming out of the window. And there ain't no sign of the fellow I seen in front of me, the lens louse. So I say, hey, Buzz, that's funny. Buzz says, listen, Rocco, he says, listen, you know there wasn't nobody there. Then he laughs and says, hey, that was a pretty cute trick. Throwing off them other fellas like that, Rocco. So what am I, crazy or something? I say there was a guy there, or else I wouldn't have hollered 13 and 8. And I got a $15 bonus check. Yeah, but just the same, I'll holler 13 and 8 again if I see a fella googling into my lens. Well, fine. 2 more times I've seen a guy. You ever know how it is you see a guy and you don't see him? And he looks like somebody you know. Or maybe it's because you see him every once in a while and you get to recognize him like. Well, that's with this guy. I only get to see him, see, looking through the wire thing on my camera with one eye, and I got nearsightedness in that eye a little bit. But up he pops right in front of the mayor one day while he is saying welcome to some ambassadors or something in his pluck hat. And it's very quiet, and I holler out, 13 and 8. And the mayor jumps and his pluck hat falls off. Then I shoot just as him and one of the ambassadors bumps their heads together, reaches for it. And, oh, boy, I have got another $15 bonus. On account of we don't like the mayor, see? And at the next kill, Biggie Wallenstein, he prefers up charges against me. He says Brother Rocco Carcioli is guilty of conduct unbecoming. And if Buzz didn't testify for me, I sent out of the guild or something. All I'm doing is trying to be a good guy. Yeah. Well, now I'll tell you about the third time. The time I got the raise. This fella, big-time Charlie with the pinball machines, you see, he was bit by the dust. No, they have put the finger on him, but big, and the judge says how he's to spend the next 40 years making little ones out of big ones, or whatever they do down at Joliet. So it's the day when they're going to shove him in a car and take him down Highway 66 to Joliet and stuff him in the pokey. All the papers have got the guards around to make the farewell shot to the takeoff. He's been in the big can out on California Avenue. We're standing around outside waiting for the party to come out. This here Biggie Wallenstein is standing alongside me.
You're going to have a 13 and 8 on it this time, Rocco. I'm going to shove your camera down your throat.
Yeah, you and who else?
Me and the rest of these guys. I'm not kidding, too.
Well, listen, Biggie, I don't holler unless I see somebody.
You never seen anybody the last 2 times.
I did, too.
I'm only trying to do you a favor.
You should do me a favor.
I'm just warning you.
Heads up, they're coming.
You keep your nose clean now, Rocco.
Ah, go shoot you. Hey, Chief. Hey, Chief, how about it?
All right, police. You get back now.
Pull up your hat a little bit, Chief.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold that. One more.
Have him take his hat off, Chief.
Take off your hat, John. How's that?
Okay. Hold it.
Hold it. You got all the names?
Sure, we got the name.
We shoot one while you get in the car, huh? Okay. Come on, John.
And then I see this here character again, this Lancelot. Oh, God, I say to myself, that fellow looks familiar to me. I move around so he ain't in front of me. Yeah, but he moves, too. And they're just getting in the car, and somebody else is stepping up close to this big shot. And I yell out, 13 and 8! Hey! So, that's how I got the only shot at this big shot blowing a hole through the chief of police with a gun that somebody slipped. And you know what? Biggie Wallenstein, if it hadn't have been for his camera, Biggie Wallenstein would have got his head blown right off. Only he was holding up the camera to his face, and all it done is ruin the box and all the other shots he made. Yeah, this Sunflower was standing right in front of me. But he wasn't in the picture when I developed it. There wasn't nobody but the big shot with his gun and the chief of police standing there with a dumb look on his hand and a hole in his chest you could choke a horse with it. And I get a scoop. And a raise. Well, I want to tell you about this kid, Buzz, I was telling you about. We worked together quite a lot. You see, he is fresh out from college, where he was a GI Bill after the war, and Steve Tumble is the city editor, hires Buzz. Well, we're getting kind of famous, see, on account of the scoops I'm getting. And, of course, Buzz is with me, so he's kind of in on it, too, and I figure maybe he's good luck. Besides, he's smart. He was the guy, for instance, that named a streetcar. You know, the killer car. You know, the car that bumped the old lady at Lake Park in 49. Then it run away from the motorman, remember, hit the automobile with them kids from the university the very next week. Yeah. It was Buzz that thought that up. How'd you think it up, Buzz?
I didn't think it took any special genius to think that one up, Rocco.
Oh, yeah. Sure it did.
Anybody'd think of it.
I wouldn't have.
Well, you're a photographer.
I wished I could think of things.
You're doing all right with your pictures, Rock.
Oh, sure, yes.
Only one thing, though, Rock.
Huh?
One of these days, you're going to wake up with a busted nose.
You and who else?
No, not me. I mean that 13 and 8 stuff.
What about it?
Well, it's been a great gag. One of these days, you're going to pull it once too often. Some of your valued colleagues will put the arm on you.
Well, listen, I ain't kidding, Bud.
You're not kidding me.
No, there is a guy.
You mean this is the same guy? You know it's a gag.
No, it ain't. I pretty near can recognize him.
Well, how come I've never seen him?
Ain't you seen him? You said you did.
I'm your pal, Russell.
Listen, Buzz, cross my heart, I hope you die. There is a guy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he follows me around.
Little man with a green coat.
No green coat, but he's a real guy.
Well, how come he never appears in any of those pictures?
Me.
Don't kid me, Rocco. I wouldn't kid the other guys either if I were you. I think they're getting tired of it.
I tell you, I ain't kidding nobody, bud.
Okay, Rock. But don't come to me for sympathy when they gang up on you.
They ain't gonna gang up on anybody.
Telephone for you, Rocco.
Okay. Hello. Hello, Mr. Tumble. No, sir, I was just going in the darkroom to develop it. Yes, sir, I sure do need a new camera. Hey, it's right here, what's left of it. Oh, no, I got the holder out and the film's all right, I think. I think I got a good shot. Sure. Oh, sure. Well, I never seen you hit me, but I think I know who it was. Ziggy Wallenstein. Yeah, sure, from behind me. And I'm pretty sure it was Ori Fox on the car that jumped on my camera. I was laying down. Well, I just seen footprints going up and down on my camera right in front of my nose. Yes, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Nothing. Why, sure, that was kind of a reflection. Reflection, like automatic. I seen this fella, he stepped in front of me. Then automatic, I say 13 and 8. Then boom, I'm dead. Huh? Oh, well, it was a beat-up old camera anyway. Okay, right away. Yes, sir. All righty.
What's the matter, Rocco? Can you get work over?
Shut up. Who's in the dark room?
Nobody.
Anybody in there? I guess not.
Hiya, Rocco. Where'd you get the black eye?
Hiya, Buzz.
Where'd you get it?
Come on in the dark room with me.
Okay. Got another scoop?
Lock it. Maybe I have.
Who smacked it?
Figgy, I think. Where's the suit? Oh, here.
You say it again?
Say what? Yes, set the timer there.
13 and 8.
Yes. I seen them again. They're digging a hole in the river. How's the time?
You can't see in the dark. You mean the tunnel?
Yeah, this fella got a taxi or whatever it is, and they're hauling him up with a bullet.
Fully.
Yeah, and my friend the Lentlaw steps in front of me, and I just say it and stop. I get a clout in the mouth. Yeah, I fall down, and I press the thing as I fall down. The rope breaks on the bullet, and the guy falls back in the drink. And they jump on my camera.
You mean you got a shot of the man falling, Rocco?
Why, shit, if that character ain't smeared all over the film. Here. It's cooked enough. You can get it in the hypo. Wrench it first. I hope that's hypo.
I turn on the white light?
A minute. Okay. Oh, boy.
Hey, look at that. Fine, Rocco. Terrific. Wait a minute. Amy.
Tell you what.
It's your guy.
What guy?
Your lens blaster was standing in front of you.
Yeah. Hey, look here. Now, wait till I get the front of the light. You see? Look here.
I don't see.
See? There's his head, see?
Huh?
You see his hat? See? There's an arm, see?
Yeah, but...
He's there. You pay me.
He's there, all right. But why do you suppose you can see right through him?
Well, you know what? I took this here negative over to Kinsey Grill one night where I knowed I'd meet Ziggy Wallenstein, and I walked in with it. Him and Ori Fox is getting at the table organizing some beers. I just walk over and sit down. I says, look, I want to show you something. I ain't mad, see. I just want to prove something. I just want to prove I never hollered 13 and 8 for nothing. I want you to see this here, I said. Well, see what happens when you're the right guy? By 11 o'clock, I'm full of free beer. And Biggie Wallenstein offers to leave me hit him in the nose. And Laurie Clark is also going over to the office and getting his camera so I can jump on it. I mean, they're sorry. And the only one thing that bothers none of us is why is the guy so you can see through him. And then Biggie Wallenstein putting his scared the deer out of me.
Maybe the guy is a ghost, Rocco.
Well, you know what? I am out on the thing with Buzz the next afternoon. Who is there also but Biggie Wallenstein. He gives me a big hello. I give him one. And we're pals, see? And we're standing alongside each other, lining up his shop. He borrows a flash bulb from me, just to show we're brothers and things. Then he grins at me and he says, now don't holler, Rocco. And I say, why should I holler? There ain't anybody here but us chickens. And he laughs. And so we line up our shots so they won't be too much to liking. It's the sound of a coal shed where they found $34,000 in $20 bills. And I'm squinting with my bum eye through the wire thing, and all of a sudden, 13 and 8! And I pretty near dropped my camera as I bust a standing high jump right. And listen, there wasn't anybody there at all. Nobody but me and Biggie.
I seen him, I tell you, Rocco. I just too seen him.
Yeah, crazy.
He was standing right there in front of us both.
Well, where'd he go then?
I don't know.
Listen, Bud, you wouldn't be pulling a gag on your pal, would you?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I seen him, Rocco.
Just because you think I pulled a gag on you a couple of times?
Oh, so it was a gag, huh?
Listen, you...
I knew you was pulling a
I'll
gag.
bust your neck
I'll
off.
smack you down.
Well, now I am back at the shop with another busted camera and a loose tooth someplace. Also, I got no picture, and I feel off.
Hey, Rocco. Telephone.
Shut up. Yeah? Huh? Get away from there. I ain't talking to you. Now, listen, Biggie. You what? You did. You have? You are? Holy. Yes. You know what? He's got a picture of that guy on his film. And you can see right through him.
Hey, Rocco.
Yeah, what do you want?
Come on.
Oh, Buzz. Hey, what's cooking?
Killer car did it again.
Huh?
The killer car. Oh, the street car. Ran off the tracks on the south side and killed the mailman. Come on, Tumble wants pictures.
Oh, all right. Here we go again.
Come on.
He wants pictures of it now for. The fun's all over.
Come on. He gave me taxi money.
Oh, well, in that case, if we ride, Nothing very much. Big car blocking the street, his nose up on the sidewalk. Didn't bother it a bit. I got me 4 or 5 shots to the art department, could paint up with dotted lines and X's and stuff. And Buzz, he got a lot of stuff from the people that seen it. Then pretty soon Biggie Wallenstein come up. Buzz is listening to the barber tell how he was giving some old guy a shampoo, and he heard bungle, 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 and the mailman comes sailing through the window scattering poster cards all over the shop. And I'm sitting on the curb drinking a bottle of ale and writing down names.
Got any good shots, Rocco?
Yeah, regular stuff.
Hey, that picture.
I don't want to talk about it.
Leave me show it to you.
No.
Yeah. Look. I made a print.
Listen, Biggie. What do you suppose this is?
I don't know, but it scares me.
Did you see anybody here?
No.
You think you and me is nuts?
You know what? I wouldn't take no bets on it, Rock.
What'd they say over the paper?
They told me it was a double exposure.
Wasn't, though.
You know it wasn't. Hey, you think we're haunted?
I wouldn't bet on that either.
Hey, look.
What? He's a lot plainer in your picture.
I noticed it. Can't quite see his push, though. No, but there's something awful familiar about him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Put it away, quick.
What's that?
Give me a close-up of the front of the car, will you, with the number and everything?
What for?
I want it.
Ah!
Trumbull wants it, too.
Oh, well.
Oh, hi, Biggie.
Hi, Bud. How's it?
All right. Hurry up, Rock. I want to get back.
You find out something I don't know, Bud?
I'll meet my girl.
Oh.
13 and 8! What?
Hey, Biggie. Come quick. That guy again. He's under the front of the car. And he's dead. Come on, Bud.
Telephone, Rocco.
I'm just going in the dark room.
It's Trumbull.
Oh. Yeah, Mr. Trumbull. Yes, sir. Well, Buzz is right there with you, ain't he? He can tell you. No, sir, I ain't developed it yet. No, I know. Well, no, sir, I sure thought there was somebody under that car when I was taking a picture. And when we went back... No, that's right. I couldn't see anybody either, but I'd have sworn it. Well, I don't know. Well, I'm going to cook the film right now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll call you as soon as I get it developed. Yes, sir. Hey, anybody in the dark room? Give me Biggie Wallenstein. Biggie, this is Rocco. Listen. Well, wait. I got to pull myself together. Yes. You know that picture I took when I thought I'd seen that character under the car? Yes. Yeah, well, in the picture there is a guy under the car, and he's all smacked up. Oh, I'm not kidding. Yes. Sure. Oh, no, you couldn't see through him this time. Well, listen, Biggie, I'm scared of it. Have you got a shot in front of the car I could borrow? I gotta have it. I never missed a shot in my life. Yeah, I gotta. Send over by Kid, will you? What? No, I can't shoot it from the tumble. No, I can't. I can't show it to Buzz either. What? Listen, Biggie, I burned it up. The film, I burned it up. Well, you can see the guy's face plain in this picture. Yeah. Yeah. It's Buzz.
Rocco. What are you doing down here in the lobby? Where's your camera?
Why, well, what for, Buzz?
Come on, you're going with me. We got a feature assignment, boy.
Well, I ain't got my camera.
Go get it. Hurry up. I'll wait for you. I've been looking all over the place for you.
Yeah, but why...
I'll tell you on the way. Go get the camera and a lot of film. Well, film too, Rocco. Hurry. Read it now.
I'll meet you down here?
Yeah, I'll be right here. I gotta make a phone call. Let me talk to Steve Trumbull, Alma. Hello, Mr. Trumbull. This is Buzz. I found Rocco, all right. Yeah. Yeah, I want to thank you again. It's going to be a smooth story, I promise you. Yeah, we're going right out to the car barns now. The killer car is waiting for us. So long.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is 13 and 8. It is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Murray Forbes played Big E. Buzz was played by Ed Raggy. And a variety of voices in the course of the half hour. Reporters, cops, thugs, office boys, etc. were by J. Pat O'Malley. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now a word from our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
You couldn't possibly have recognized yourself or anybody you ever knew living or dead in 13 and 8, because I invented them all myself. And any resemblance to anybody else is an amazing coincidence. Quiet Please next week is called How Beautiful Upon the Mountain.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called 3.
Practically nobody is named Sebastian. And I have taken in my lifetime a good deal of kidding about my name. Well, Sebastian is an unusual name, and a great many amateur humorists seem to enjoy working on it. And when Evelyn Waugh's Bright's Head Revisited came out, at least 7 of my friends sent me huge teddy bears. If you should happen to need a teddy bear... but I didn't come here to talk about teddy bears. I thought maybe you might help me. Well, at least I can tell you. May I? Well, it's kind of... I suppose you'd say it's an obsession. Though, on the other hand, I guess you have to have a thing quite a while before you could call it an obsession. This has only been bothering me since day before yesterday, so I suppose maybe we'd better call it a premonition. I was walking down the street, and there was absolutely nobody near me. And a voice spoke to me, right in my ear. A very quiet little voice. It just said one word. 3. Did you hear it? Oh, you must have heard it. What was it? I tell you, there wasn't anybody near me. There wasn't anybody within a block of me. Well, I thought then I was, hearing things. You know how it is. You think you hear your name called or something, and it's just some kind of subconscious thought that jars its way into whatever you're thinking of, and... Well, maybe it isn't either. Maybe somebody does call your name somewhere. I don't know. I suppose I might have forgotten it, except for one thing. I walked on down to the office, and I went into the lobby. I stood in front of the elevator. The door opened finally. I got in. Another man got in behind me. He stood right in front of the door in the middle of the car. The operator started to close the door, and the other man spoke. 3. And it suddenly came. It was the same voice.
And I was suddenly seized with the most dreadful fear I've ever known. I scrambled past the man as the doors drew together.
Hey, look out, mister. What do you think?
Let me out. Let me out.
Well, for Pete's sake, make up your mind, will you?
I stood panting in the corridor, watching the indicator above the door as the car went up. 2, 3.
We haven't found out yet what caused it. Apparently, though, the operator, who was a new man, mishandled the controls at the 3rd floor, and the car dropped down to the sub-basement. There's no way of telling, of course, because the operator was killed. We think we're fortunate, however, that there was nobody else in the car.
Did you hear that? There was nobody else in the car. Well, what about the man who said 3? No. Nothing more happened that first day. I walked upstairs to my office, and I stayed there. I didn't do very well on the job that day. Oh, yes, I forgot something did happen. No, nothing like the elevator thing. It was just the telephone. And it rang 3 times. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No, I know there's nothing unusual about a telephone ringing 3 times, only this one. I picked up the receiver when it rang the first time, and it rang 2 more times. Telephones don't do that. That was all the first day. I went home very carefully. I remember I waited at the corner very conscientiously until the number 3 bus went past. I'll never ride a number 3 bus again. I'll walk the extra 4 blocks and ride the number 12. I was pretty conscious of that number. I saw 3s everywhere. 3 men in the restaurant. I began looking for 3s. 3 letters in my mailbox. I found 3s everywhere. 3 pennies fell out of my trousers pocket when I was undressing. 3 of those black wartime ones made out of zinc or something. You don't see many of them these days. They look somehow sinister lying there on the bedspread. 3 black pennies. And all of a sudden I remembered they used to put pennies on dead men's eyes. And then I thought, but there's 3 of them. I haven't got 3 eyes. And you know what? I said to myself, I wonder if maybe I have got 3 eyes. And I walked over to the mirror and looked. No, I haven't got 3 eyes. But you see what a thing like this can do to you? Well, that settled it. I went in the bathroom and I took down the pills and I took 3 of them. And I remembered, just as I was drifting off, that 3 pills are enough to put a man to sleep permanently. But I couldn't do a thing about it then. Oh, no. I didn't go to sleep permanently. I woke up. You guess what time. I didn't sleep anymore. I sat up and smoked cigarettes. When it was daylight at last, I dressed and went out. First, though, I counted the cigarette butts. I'd smoked 1 whole package and 13 besides. You can count it up. And the street was deserted early in the morning. I walked past the movie house. The sign on the marquee said, last 3 days. I went down to the office. Walked all the way. I walked upstairs. This was only 7 o'clock in the morning, mind you. I unlocked the door. And there were 3 men in my office. At 7 o'clock in the morning. I just stood there and looked at them.
Good morning, Sebastian.
Who are you?
My name is Lee, Sebastian.
Well, what are you doing in my office at this time of the day?
Sebastian, this is Mr. Dix.
Good morning, Sebastian.
I said, what are you doing in my office?
And this is Mr. Gay,
Did you hear me? What are you doing here?
Please, Sebastian.
Will you answer me, or do I have to call an officer?
I think we'll put the desk over here, Dick. I'd like it better along this wall, Lee.
We'll have to have a new rug.
And new draperies.
Listen, you three.
Certainly, Sebastian.
What is it, Sebastian? Speak up, Sebastian.
I want to know what you're doing in my office.
Oh, that.
Don't mind us.
Of course not. Now, about the filing cases, Lee. I don't want them. Do you, Gabe?
I'm sure I don't.
What are you doing here? Do you hear me?
Why, Sebastian, we're just looking it over, deciding on the changes.
We don't like it this way.
And what business is it of yours? What are you going...
We're going to move in here.
You what?
When you leave.
What are you talking about? I'm not going to leave.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
Certainly you are, Sebastian.
Are you people crazy?
Why, no, Sebastian. Are you?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, and I...
Sebastian, come here. Over here by the window.
Come on.
No, you're not going to get me to that window. I know what you're up to. I'm going to get a policeman.
Oh, no, Sebastian.
You're wrong.
We're not going to push you out.
I should say you're not.
We don't have to. Of course not.
Just look, Sebastian.
I looked out the window. And right below me was the sign on the movie house I told you about. Big red letters. They said, last 3 days. But I hadn't noticed before. Or maybe it wasn't there before. The 3 had a big red X across it. And there was a 2 painted on top of it. And when my eyes had focused again, I turned around. There wasn't anybody in the room but me. Yeah, that's right. The door was closed, and there's only one door. The only thing that was different from the way I'd left it yesterday was the calendar pad on my desk. And there were just 3 pages left on it. And the top one had a big red X scrawled across it. I never took a drink in my life before 5 o'clock. I seldom touch the stuff, but I do keep a bottle in my desk for an occasional client who likes a nip in the daytime. I took 2 nips. And I got very brave and very matter-of-fact when I downed the second one. Well, after the third one, I went out in the hall and I walked downstairs. The elevator starter was just coming to work. He looked at me with a very strange expression when the whiskey and I spoke to him in a loud voice about 3 strange men invading an office at 7 in the morning. And then he asked me, more or less politely, to describe the men. Do you know, I couldn't remember a single thing about any one of the 3. He looked at me as if I were crazy. And I remembered what Dix had said.
No, we're not crazy, Sebastian. Are you?
I don't know. Maybe I am. A man can't be haunted by a number, can he? Or can he? You remember what I told you about being careful about the number 3 bus? Well, a number 3 bus rammed into a light standard last night and caught on fire. No, only one man was killed. I saw his picture in the paper. I thought there was something familiar about his face. And then it came to me. I walked over to the mirror above the washstand in the corner. Why, the man looked enough like me to be my twin brother. Or to be me, for that matter. What is this thing? So then I sat down at the desk and I thought some more. Maybe I've been working too hard. Maybe... Well, anyway, I got to do something about it. Yeah, but what? I'll call up Dr. Mandel, I say to myself. Dr. Mandel can tell me if I'm going crazy. Or what? Give me the phone. Now, let's see. What's his number? 4087.
Good morning. May we be of service to you?
What?
I
said good morning. May we be of service to you?
Is this Dr. Mandel's office?
Oh, my, no, sir.
Is this 4087?
This is the Beveridge Funeral Parlor, sir.
The what?
The undertaker, sir.
Isn't this 4087?
No, sir. This is 3333.
How did I get that number? I couldn't miss it that much. 408-7.
Good morning. May we be of service to you?
Who is this?
You dialed 3333, sir. This is the Beveridge Funeral Parlor.
I'm sorry. I can't be that drunk.
Good morning. May we be of service to you?
Oh, but I'm sure going to be. Where's that bottle?
This is the telephone company. Look here. There's an insane man who keeps dialing this number and telling me it's the wrong one. Can't you put a stop to it? For 3 solid hours now he's been ringing this number, and we have clients of our own to take care of. Well, I don't care what you do, but stop that man.
No matter what I dialed, it always came out 3333. I called Dr. Mandel. I called the police. I called my Uncle Hubert. And always there was that man with a fat voice wanting to be of service.
Good morning. May we be of service to you?
That was yesterday. Today. Oh, yes, I woke up at 3 this morning. There was somebody in my bed. No, I know. I'm getting awfully tired of these things happening to me, too. But you should complain. Well, they're not happening to you. All I want from you is a little sympathy. Or at least the chance to tell my story. To tell my story. I'm sorry. No, really, I'm sorry. This stuff is beginning to get me down. Beginning. It's got me down. I don't know what's happening to me. Either somebody's trying to make me lose my mind and commit suicide or something, or it's true. All I can hear is
3 men. 3 days.
And now there's only 1 day left. And the second leaf of my calendar pad had a big red X on it this morning. And everywhere I go, things happen in threes. I hear streetcar gongs. I hear automobile horns. I hear knocks on doors. I hear noises in my head. And all of a sudden I remembered I heard on the radio that there's going to be a radio program tonight called 3. What are they doing to me? Help me, please. Do something. Please, please, please. You hear that? You hear the way I'm talking? You hear me?
Sebastian.
Look, I can't stand it any longer. I've got to do something. Well, it'll be 3 o'clock in just a little while, and I know that's going to be the deadline. Well, I know it. So do you know it, don't you? Who is it that hates me? Who is it that's going to get me? Is it you? All right. All right, I know what I'll do. I'm going in here. I'm going to have a drink. You stay out there, all 3 of you. I walk inside. The bartender is standing behind the bar. Hello, bartender.
Hello, Sebastian.
How did you know my name?
Well, you told it to me.
I did? When did I tell it to you?
Why, last night?
Last night? I wasn't here last night.
Well, this morning, then.
Why, I wasn't here. I've never been here before.
Oh, now, Sebastian. You got a hangover?
Oh, no, I don't remember.
Well, sure, you was in here with them 3 men.
What 3 men?
You know, the fellows with the funny names.
funny names.
Yeah, you know, all three of them with the three-letter names.
Dix?
Sure. Dix, Lee, Gay. The 3 threes.
When was this, bartender?
3 o'clock this morning.
I'm trying to pull myself together. I try hard. But my head is all mixed up. I'm getting scared, bartender.
What you scared of, Sebastian?
3.
3?
Just 3.
Oh, that reminds me.
What?
Fella telephoned just before you came in. Said he'd be here at 3 o'clock. Coincidence, huh?
Who?
I didn't say. Said if you wanted to call him back, call him at 3333.
Yes. I know who he is.
You want a drink?
No. No, I guess not.
No?
Just talk to me, will you?
Sure, Sebastian. Till 3 o'clock.
What?
Your friends will be here then.
Oh, I'm scared.
Why?
Somebody's after me.
That's so.
What am I going to do?
Well, I don't know anything you can do, Sebastian.
Look, talk to me. Talk to me. Take my mind off it.
What'll I talk about?
Anything. Anything except... anything.
Well, let's see.
Talk. Talk, I'm scared.
Well, let's see now. Well, you take names.
Names?
Sure, like yours, for instance. Sebastian. It's a very odd name. I think I only seen it once before in my life.
Where?
On a gravestone somewhere.
Don't talk like that.
Well, it is an odd name.
It's unusual.
Names have got a lot of meaning.
Yeah, yes. Mine means to be reverenced, I think.
Does it? Ain't that odd now?
Ain't it?
You still scared?
Talk some more.
I'm talking.
What time is it?
A little before 3.
Talk!
Well, talking about names now. I got a funny name, too, for a bartender.
You have?
For a bartender.
What is it?
You are scared, ain't you?
Why are you looking at me so funny?
Well, it's pretty near 3.
Bartender, what's all this about 3?
Well, I was going to tell you a funny coincidence.
Talk. Talk, please talk.
Well, you're so worried about this 3
talk,
stuff.
Will you talk? Talk to me.
Well, I was going to tell you about my name.
Well, what is your name? Is it Joe or Tom or Harry or Charlie or Aloysius or Alcibiades or Mike or what?
That's what's so funny. It's Dry.
Dry? Oh, that's very funny. Oh, that's extremely funny. Oh, that's funny, bartender. A bartender named Dry. a dry bartender. Oh, well, sir, that sure is funny.
Yeah, but of course that ain't the way you spell it, see?
What?
No, you see, it's a German name.
Is it?
Yeah, sure. Spelled D-R-E-I. It means 3, you know.
No more 3. No more 3. No more bartender named Dry. What do you suppose it was? I'm never going to hear any more 3s again, am I? Oh, yes, I am. You remember? When the judge says to be hanged by the neck until dead.
have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And others who played in tonight's story were Les Tremaine, Vinton Hayworth, Cameron Prudhomme, and Kermit Murdoch. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is composed and played by Gene Parasso. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Next week, our story is about a man who couldn't escape his fate. It's called Kill Me Again.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called 12 to 5. Yes, ma'am, it does get lonesome down here. What? Oh, sure, being able to talk to people on the phone helps. But how'd you like to be stuck away down in the basement all by yourself from midnight to 5 g.m.? With nothing but a microphone, a turntable, and some telephones? Sure, I get coffee. I bring in 4 thermos jugs when I go on. I'm coffee up to here. Oh, well, only 4.5 hours more, and then I can go home and have breakfast. No, ma'am, I don't drink coffee for breakfast. Well, you guess what I drink. No, you're getting warm. Sure, 3 of them. Well, after all, it really isn't breakfast, you see. It's supper or dinner or something. Sure. Oh, well, thank you very much for calling. Good morning. Hello. Yes, this is Connie Duffin. Hello, Vic. Say what? No, I haven't got I'll Be Glad When You're Dead, You Rascal, You. Yeah, we're not supposed to play it. Ever since about 1934 or 5 or sometime. No kidding. Sure, I'll play you something. Just a little while. The other phone's ringing. Well, stick around. Keep tuned to us, and you shall hear music. It says here. Good morning. Hello, Connie Duffin speaking. And how are you? Oh, fine, thanks. Huh? Settle a bet? I'll try. Now is the hour? Well, it's generally sung in 4/4 time here, but it was originally written in 3/4 time. Yeah, that's right, regular waltz time. Well, so I guess you both win or you both lose or something, huh? Sure, you're welcome. Good morning. Fine, how are you? Yes, ma'am. The theme used on Quiet Please is taken from the second movement of the Symphony in D minor by César Franck. I'll be glad to play a little of it for you. Just a second. Let's see. Here she is. Played by the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra under Eugene Ormandy. Here you are.
home?
Yes, this is Connie Duffin. No, ma'am, I never lived in Denver. Closest I've ever been is Omaha. I played vibraharp and xylophone there in 1932. No, not on the air, hotel. I'm sorry, I guess I'm not your cousin. Okay, have one for me. Good morning. What? Why, sure I'm lonesome. No, I'm all alone in here. No, it's just a little place about as big as 2 telephone booths, I guess. No, the engineer's upstairs in master control. Well, we're the only people in the station. No, I guess there's a janitor upstairs in Studio 14. They had a quiz show up there tonight, and there's probably custard pie all over the stage. Well, thank you. They don't allow me to have visitors. Besides, my wife's listening. Sure. Verna. No, she can't even come down to see me when I'm on the air. Well, thanks very much. Sure. Till 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. Old 500, we used to say in the Navy. Well, thanks very much. Good morning. Good morning. Friends, this is your friend Connie Duffin on the 12 to 5 shift to playing music and to saying words to you. If you can't sleep, call me up and let's talk. We talk to everybody. Night owls, bartenders, policemen, burglars, music lovers. You know the number. Give us a ring. Now, for a little music, let's see what we have here. It's, the Mills Brothers singing Till Then. And while they're singing, I'm going to have you a little coffee and a cigarette, so lean back and listen.
Till then, my darling, please wait for me. Till then, no matter when it will be, one day I know I'll be back again. Please wait. Till then, our dreams will live the we are apart, our love.
How you doing, Connie? Huh? Hello. I'm Herbie Buchanan. Well, hello. I didn't know there was anybody else around here except Bob upstairs in the control room. Oh, I'm around every night. What you got there, coffee? Yeah, you like some? Help yourself. Take the top off the thermos. Much obliged. You a new guy? No, you just said you're here every night. No, I've been around here for years. No, I never get around here in the daytime, so I don't know very many people. Hoover upstairs at the cashier's office. Yeah. What you doing? I brought down some news bulletins to read, if you don't mind. Why should you say not? Saves wear and tear on my vocal cords. You in the newsroom? Part of the time. I've been a disc jockey, everything. Yeah, here's the mic, baby. And ladder's running down. You want to put me on? Sure. Well, friends, we've got something new for you tonight. My good friend Herbie Buchanan has just come in with a pocket full of news flashes, and while I have one more cigarette, Herbie will tell you what's going on in the world. Okay, Herbie Buchanan.
Thank you, Connie Duffin. Well, there's not much new in the way of international affairs. Everybody hates everybody else just as much as they did yesterday, and about as much as they will tomorrow. So let's see what's going on right here in our own fair city, if you want to call it a fair city. Chief of Police Deans Lopez will be startled to know that a murder was committed this evening only 2 doors away from the Southside Police Station. Hubert W. Cronkite, a retired broker of 2319 West 17th Street, discovered a burglar prowling in his apartment who shot and killed Mr. Cronkite in his bedroom. There are no clues to the murderer's identity. A taxicab collided with a streetcar at the corner of Pacific Avenue and Maple Grove, killing a passenger and seriously injuring 2 of the passengers in the cab. The weather today? The The temperature is now 52 degrees, and as you no doubt know, rain is falling heavily. The correct time is 1:32 p.m. Standard Time.
Hey, Herbie. You got the time wrong.
What?
Well, look at the clock, you jerk. It's 1:02. You're a half hour ahead of time. Hello, this is Connie Duffin. What? Not raining. Why, Herbie said that... What? Okay, I will look out the window. Hold the phone. Hey, Herbie. Herbie. Yes, ma'am, you're right. Well, I'm sorry. Herbie must have been mixed up or something. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Hey, where did... Herbie! Where did... This is Connie Duffin.
Look here. What kind of nonsense is this?
Well, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Making fools out of people. I'm going to sue you.
Well, what for, for goodness sake?
Are you the man who just said I was shot by a burglar?
Huh? Me? Oh, why, no, sir. That was a man from the newsroom.
Well, he's a liar.
Listen, friend, who are you? I don't get
I'm
this.
just as much a liar as you are.
Well, all right, sir, but who are...
My name is Hubert W. Cronkite. I was not killed by a burglar.
You weren't. I mean, what?
Do I sound as if I've been shot? Now, look here, young man. I demand a public apology. Wait a minute.
What?
I said, wait a minute. I hear somebody in my bedroom.
Well, but... Okay. Hello, this is Connie Duffin. Who? Oh, sure. Good morning. No, sir, I don't think I do know you. What? Police? No. No, it was a gag. Oh, it couldn't be. I was just talking to Mr. Cronkite on the phone. Well, he's on the phone right now. I'm just waiting for him to come back. Hello, Mr. Cronkite. Hello. Hello, Mr. Cronkite. No. He doesn't answer. Well, wait a second. I got to put on some music. Music, for God's sakes. It's a radio station. Friends, here is music for you from yours truly, Connie Duffin, to you wherever you are. Listening to me? Are you there, Lucy and Milton?
Listen, Milton.
What goes on here? That's the radio.
Listen.
What? You've been away a long time, Milton. Since you and Lucy had that quarrel and you walked out on her and the rest of her.
But she knows that.
Listen, it's too bad, really. You were so much in love, and then this thing happened to break you up. Now it's great to be together again.
Who is this?
Happiness lasts such a little while, doesn't it? It's such a shame that yours can't last longer.
What's he talking about?
I'd hate to have to be the one to tell you, but it's going to happen tonight. You're going to quarrel again.
We are not.
And this time, you're not going to run out on her, Milton.
I don't know what he's...
Shut up.
Now, listen.
Quiet.
Because Lucy won't take it again. Lucy's got a gun, Milton. And this quarrel's really going to end things. But good, Milton. But good. Lucy.
What?
Have you got a gun? Have you?
None of your business.
Now, listen, sweetheart.
You got no right to come in this house after 6 months and start jumping on me.
This is my house, baby.
This is my house. You ran away from me.
I had plenty of reason to run away from you.
Oh, you did. Well, go ahead and get out now.
Who do you think you're talking
I
to?
never asked you to come back.
I don't know why I did it.
Well, get out if you don't like it.
I will not get out.
Stay away from me.
Lucy.
Get away.
I tell you.
Get away.
Time is now 2 a.m. Standard Time. Huh? Oh, I must have been asleep. Yeah, I guess you were, Connie.
Hey, where did you go?
Upstairs for a minute.
Yeah, you sure got me in a hassle.
What do you mean?
Talking about that guy getting killed by a burglar.
Oh. That.
And getting the time wrong. Bob put it in the log upstairs. What's his name will jump down my throat tomorrow. Today.
That's too bad. Hey, your phone's ringing.
Oh. Hello, this is Connie Duffin. Who? The police. What? He did? I don't know. Yes, I'll come in. Sure. Okay. Yep. Listen.
What?
He did get killed by a burglar.
Well, all right.
Huh?
That's what I said, didn't I?
Yeah, but...
Hadn't you better get on the air?
Oh. Yeah, sure. This is your friend, Ronnie Duffin and his records. Now, a word from our sponsor. Chappell's apples are the finest, most delicious, great big eating apples you ever sunk a fang into. Direct to you from the tree to your table in handsome handmade baskets containing 12, 48, and 96 of the finest eating and cooking apples you ever laid eyes on. Friend wife will fly at once to the kitchen to concoct a genuine old-fashioned apple pie that'll set your mouth a-watering as it did when Mother made those luscious, spicy pies that you used. You'll tussle with her over Chappell's apples because they're just as good eating apples as they are pie apples. Just say, Chappell's apples, please, to your neighborhood apple dealer and accept no substitute. First thing tomorrow, Chappell's apples. And now, music. Listen, Harvey, I can take a gag as big as the next fella, see? But fun's fun. Well, so what is it?
What is what?
How did you know that fellow was going to get killed?
Look, it's on the paper.
Where did that come from?
Up in the newsroom.
The newsroom? There's nobody in the newsroom.
Teletypes are there. They're running.
They shouldn't be, not this time of night. Morning.
Well, they are.
And you got that off the teletype?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know it isn't kidding somebody?
It isn't.
Yeah, but how do you know?
Believe me. I know.
It's funny to me. I never heard you before.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't get it. What about that taxi cab accident?
It'll happen any minute.
You wouldn't be kidding the guy.
Not me.
You got a union card, an AFRA card. Sure. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Robert Buchanan. Paid up, too.
Yep.
Hello, this is Connie Duffin. Good morning. Oh, hello, Bob.
You got somebody down there with you?
Yeah? Herbie Buchanan. Herbie Buchanan, I said. What's the matter? Can't you understand English?
Yeah, it sounds like me. That's the way it's been doing on the air.
Let's take the mush out of your mouth.
Listen, I never had any trouble with people understanding me before.
Well, I don't get down there with you. That's your responsibility. But if Bartender ain't here, you're going to trouble. He's going to pick your ears back like a spoon.
Listen, you...
Yes, listen. This is your program. If I was you, I wouldn't be playing the funeral march this time of the morning. See?
Funeral march? We're playing Gene Krupa's Opus No. 1.
No, it isn't, Connie. Listen.
What? Good morning, Connie Duffin speaking. How are you, ma'am? What? No, I just turned it off. Yes, ma'am, 12 to 5. Yeah, only a little while ago now. Oh, you're glad? Well, I'm sorry. Well, ma'am, you have no idea how rugged it is here. For some reason, everything is slightly mixed up this morning. No, I have not been drinking. I do not drink on the job. Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. What would you like to hear us play? 3 o'clock in the morning. Hang on. Here it comes. Listen, ma'am. What'd you say? But, madam, I can hear it. Well, listen. Can't you... Lady, I tell you, it's not a funeral march.
Well, so long, Connie. I guess we'll leave you for a while.
Where are you going?
Oh.
Well, wait. Listen, can't you help me get this all straightened out?
No, I'm overdue.
Oh, but wait. Wait, Herbie,
No, I'll see you later.
Oh, my head. I wonder if I have been at this too long. Who is this guy? What's he up to? I don't get it. Hello? Yes, good morning. No, it's right, sir. No, sir, we're not playing games. I don't know. I know it. Yeah, I'll play it for you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, if you don't like it, why don't you turn off your radio and go back to bed? Oh, man. That did it. Oh, if what's-his-name heard that one. Oh, wow. If that guy comes back in here, I'm going to beat his brains out. Making a fool out of me. Hello. Oh. This Herbie Buchanan. The fellow that was here with me.
Never heard of him.
What?
It's all cleaner now. Get off the monkey business and get back on the phone.
I'm going up to the newsroom a minute, Bob.
Okay. Send a letter and hurry back.
Oh. Well, friends, shall we listen to a little music? All right. We'll listen to a little music. teletype. Well, what you... Herbert L. Buchanan, former announcer and disc jockey on local radio stations, was instantly killed in an accident this evening when a taxicab in which he was riding was struck by a streetcar at the corner of Pacific Avenue and Maple Grove. Mr. Duffin fell in a coma as he left his studio this morning at 5 o'clock as his program concluded. He died on the way to the hospital. It's 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Open the door, Connie.
Wyllis Cooper, and Connie Duffin, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And the intruder, Herbie Buchanan, was none other than the well-known disc jockey and commentator, Jack Lescoulie. Others in the cast were Connie Lefty, Marilee Jones, and Ed Latimer. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now, my good friend Wyllis Cooper for a word with you.
Nobody in this story is at all like anybody else in the world, living or dead. All of them spang the life on my typewriter, and they're completely fictitious. Next week's Quiet Please is called Clarissa.
Quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations. The Mutual Broadcasting System.
Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please, for today is called Valentine.
The little towns. I never see them anymore. Pekin, Delavan, Bloomington, Galesburg, Lewiston. All the little towns above the river with the cobblestones going down to the steamboat landings. The little towns under the hills and the shocks of corn standing lonely and snow-covered. Like the teepees of old Shabona's people, the good Indians that saved so many white men's lives in the old days. There's a red brick Baptist church, I remember, and a courthouse with tall limestone pillars, with a portico that looks like a disreputable ancient Greek temple. And I can only think of them and remember them, for I never go far away from here. It is restful here, and I think I have earned rest. I have come a long journey. My work was finished long ago. So I rest. And sometimes, in the night, I walk for a while and remember. The old house down on State Street is almost unchanged. The hands of time have touched it lightly. And it's a comforting thing to go there at night and sit alone and remember. And always, this time of the year, I remember the Valentine. So long ago. The little houses along the road in the ravine that goes down to the Sangamon. And now, in early February, the ground is soft and damp with the melting snow. And the watery sun shines down on the eager young trees. And there's a promise of spring in the first February thaw. And the frogs are stirring deep in the cold mud under the spongy earth. And the ghosts in the old graveyard smile at the first obscure signs of spring. I remember the mean little houses. The store and the post office. And the drafty houses where the people lived. And I remember the muddy road up from Vandalia. And the high-wheeled buggies mired down in the low places. And the long, flat roads across the prairie where the grass grew from horizon to horizon. And the groves of trees were small, genial islands in a sea of undulating green. I hear her voice in the nighttime. And it is a far, far sound. So I wake and hear it so many, many times. I have many bitter memories and a few happy ones. I wonder what the world would think of the memories that come most often to haunt me among the echoing corridors under the ancient oaks. I dream of battles, they think. I dream of a victory won and the acclaim of men. Do they think I've forgotten the long, sweet days of my young manhood? And the first, almost forgotten love that once I knew and cherished? Do they think I have forgotten the grief, the loneliness, the despair, the first of my, oh, so many sorrows? The Valentine still exists. It is still to be seen and touched. And if you ever look upon it, I hope you will remember me. For only I remember her. Remember me, and shed a tear, perhaps, for lost loveliness. I was gone away from her. They sent me away. And I was a little proud in my new clothes and with my parcel of books on the desk beside me. And the brave speeches I should make were fermenting in my mind and crowding out all thoughts, even thoughts of her. A boy of 25 sitting in the General Assembly, speaking gravely of laws and the affairs of the people, and not remembering my own. And back at home, a girl, longing for an absent lover, remembering promises, and waiting and waiting and waiting. In the store of a dark January morning.
I haven't had any word from him for ever so long, but he's so busy. And they take so much of his time, you know. Maybe there'll be a letter tomorrow.
Jack Armstrong had a letter from him last week, Annie. He wasn't too busy to write to Jack.
Oh. Well, the Armstrongs are his oldest friends, you know.
Sure seems strange you don't write to you.
He's busy.
A lot of pretty girls down there in Vandalia, I hear tell.
But never a girl in Vandalia to make me turn my solemn head. I was full of the thrill of helping to make the laws that my people were to live by. And I was fascinated by the strutting politicians in their tall hats. And I made great argument with them in the long tavern nights. And I put off the letters till tomorrow. And tomorrow and tomorrow.
I expect a letter any day now. Or maybe he'll be coming home again soon.
Figured you'd be looking around a little, Annie, for yourself. Think maybe he might have given you the mitten.
Oh, no, Aunt Hannah. He'd never do that to me.
Well, I sure hope he ain't, Annie. You just keep up your spirits, and a day'll come. A day'll come, I always say. Have you wrote him a letter?
Why, I write him nearly every day. I'll be hearing from him any day. Just like you said.
Tomorrow I'll write, I said. Tomorrow. And I sat in my lonely room, and I remembered the hillside in the summertime, and the haze of the heat lying heavy on the low hills beyond the curves of the Sangamon. I remembered a hand in mine as we sat on the hillside above the town, and the homesick song of the cicadas in the orchard, and the reluctant westering sun. I remembered what I had said to her on that long summer afternoon. And alone in my mean little room, I wept to remember. But I did not write. And today, after all the years, I weep again, remembering.
He'll be coming back. He'll be coming back for his birthday. Won't he? Why, the session's over now, and he'll be coming back from Vandalia on a tall horse, and there isn't a thing that'll hold him back from me. I know he'll be back home for his birthday.
The gavel fell, and the booming voice spoke. I do now declare this General Assembly adjourned. And I took horse for home, and now my heart was heavy with doubt, for I remembered my long silence, and my mind now wrestled with darkest premonitions. What would my homecoming be after those long months of silence? Yes, I loved her. Must you ask? Can you remember back to the days when you were 25? Can you remember what little thing can make a lover's reuniting or break it? Can you remember the little tenderness a recreant lover might bring to his dear one? The small thoughtfulness, the simple, humble thing that says, I have not forgotten. And that brings the happy smile that banishes doubt and wipes away the memory of unwritten words. And I remembered. I remembered the pleasant saint, the patron of all of us who love. I remembered paper hearts and posies of verse and ribbons and lace. And in the pouring rain, I lifted up my head and said, I thank you, St. Valentine. And the morning came, and I was home, and my horse was tied up at the hitching post, and I strode into the store all muddy and triumphant.
Well, Abe. Hi there, Abe. Oh, Jack, we thought you wasn't ever coming back.
It took me an almighty long time to make it, but I got here. How are you?
I'm finer than frogs there, Abe. You look as if you'd grown down there in Vandalia.
Well, I always looked as if I'd grown, don't I?
Doggone it. We expected you'd be wearing a high silk hat.
Why, not me. Say, have you seen Ann this morning, Office?
Not since yesterday. No?
How is she?
Kind of peaked, Abe.
Ain't she sick?
No. Just on account of you not writing any letters to her.
I'm sorry about that.
You better be.
How's everything around home, Office?
Miss you.
I miss you all. How's business?
Well, we get by. You had your breakfast yet?
No, I just got here. I can get breakfast later. Look, Jack, I want something.
If you don't see for it, ask for it.
Well,
how's it like down there in the city anyway? Lots of people, huh?
Hundreds. Say, what I want...
stars?
Oh, sure.
A lot of women?
Mm-hmm.
Sure like to hear about Vandalia. I've never been out of this place since I come here.
Well, I'll tell you about it one of these evenings, Jack. What I wanted...
Sure, want to hear about it. Now, what was it you wanted all of a sudden?
Well...
Mighty warm for the day before Valentine's Day.
Hello, Aunt Hannah.
Well, Ivy Dog. Hey.
Why, hello there, Aunt Hannah.
Well, I declare. How's it down to Vandalia?
Well, fine.
You'll leave me kiss you. Oh, well, sir. I sure am tickled you got back home.
Me, too.
Well, maybe all them fine folks down there, they just forget your own people.
Oh, I'm never going to forget my people, Aunt Hannah.
Pretty nice about Annie, didn't you?
I guess I didn't write very often.
Never wrote at all, the way I heard it.
Well,
Good morning, Jack.
I was busy.
Morning, Aunt Hannah. What's your pleasure this morning?
I want a couple of gills along sweetening, Jack.
Couple of gills.
And keep your thumb out of it, too, you hear me?
Never miss, Aunt Hannah.
Well,
what's the matter with you?
Well, see here, Jack. Aunt Hannah, do you mind? I have to...
Oh, take your time, boy. You got all day.
What do you want?
I want a Valentine.
Ain't got none.
You haven't?
Nope. Who's it for?
Who's it for? Who do you think it's for, you old fool?
Well, I ain't got none.
You had some last year.
That was last year.
I well remember you had one left.
Oh, did I?
There was one, and it was so dear nobody'd buy it. Remember?
You sure, Aunt Hannah?
Let me see.
60 cents you wanted for it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I kind of remember.
You wrapped it up in brown paper, and you put it up there on top of the shelf above the dried peaches. I remember just as plain. You look.
Yeah, let me see. More things up here onto this shelf.
That's it. That's it. You got it.
Now the dog. Roses is red, violets are blue.
Love you, dog.
That's it. Well, yep, that's it. Pretty, ain't it?
It's tore. The lace is tore.
Well, I could knock off 3 cents on account of that.
3 cents? You'll knock off 10 cents. That's last year's. And besides, it's tore. Oh, and you love that.
It's just a thing, Aunt Hannah, isn't it?
Oh, she'll just bust. Oh!
Eh?
Oh, hide, Abe. Hide, quick.
What's the matter?
Hurry. She's coming up the road. Quick, grab the Valentine and hide.
Where?
Go behind the shelf.
Oh, go on now and hide and find her. Whose horse is that tied out there, Jack? Morning, Annie.
Morning, Annie. Who did you say, Jack?
Was you expecting somebody, Annie?
Of course I was. I was hoping he'd get back for his birthday yesterday, but he didn't. And now he must have tried to, and I hoped... Oh, Jack, a Valentine.
Eh?
Yes, the Valentine.
The Valentine. I was hoping he'd had one. Oh, I'm so glad.
Well, I don't exactly like to sell you that one.
It's tore, honey.
Well, he won't mind. How much is it, Jack?
60. Well, I was aiming to keep it.
Why? What for?
Well, it's the only one I've got.
I've just got to have it, Jack.
It's last year's.
It's the only one I've got, and...
May I have it, Jack?
Well...
60 cents, you said. I'll give you 65.
Well...
Don't you sell that old racket Valentine to this girl.
Well...
Oh, Aunt Hannah, I must have it. I didn't get a thing for his birthday, and I just hoped I'd be able to get him a Valentine. And it'd be a kind of birthday present, too.
Well...
Can't I have it, Jack?
What you saying, Hannah?
Don't you try to put it on to me. You hear?
Please, Jack.
I oughtn't to.
Oh, sell it to her, Jack.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Hannah. He'll be so pleased with it.
Yeah, sure.
I really have to get it for him, Jack, because I kind of expect he'll bring me one from Vandalia.
You do?
I hope so. Oh, they must have wonderful ones in the big stores down in Vandalia.
Well,
it's silly, but it's beautiful, isn't it? Didn't you get Valentines when you were a girl, Aunt Hannah?
Land, it's been so long, I never remember.
It isn't much, really. But he'll like it.
You want to ride on to it, Ann?
Right. Right what?
Why, ain't you going to write down that you love him, Annie?
Why, he knows it, Aunt Hannah. And I know it. And the whole world knows it. Must I write it down?
And the days are many and the nights are long since that 13th of February in a little store on the Sangamon River. And I have seen many places. The little towns and the mighty ones. Cities happy and jubilant. Cities forlorn and grief-stricken. And I have known hope and gladness and exultation in my time, as well as tears and sadness. But never, in all my years, have I felt the gladness, the simple, overwhelming joy of that moment when I heard the words of this girl I loved. And thus today, my grief is the greater. She walked out of the store, and I remember I was 25. I was crushed with disappointment. The Valentine, you say? Now, it was a priceless gift I had in mind that morning. And the irony of it, she had snatched my own gift, unknowing to give it to me. And I was returning, repentant to her, but empty-handed. And the laughter of Offutt and Aunt Hannah Armstrong did nothing at all to assuage my disappointment and my unhappiness. And I followed her out of the store at a little distance. Followed her up the ravine and up the hillside till she came to the old trysting place. I think it is very much the same today as it was then, in the time when I came to her empty-handed after the long empty months. And when she came to the place, she turned, and she held out her arms.
I knew it was you following me. I knew it, and I wouldn't turn and look because I wanted to see you first, up here on the hillside.
Anne, darling.
Darling. Been gone so long.
And I never wrote to you.
But you thought of me.
I thought of you.
I've thought of you every single minute while you've been gone.
I know. The letters...
Oh, kiss me, darling.
And...
You've changed.
No.
You have changed. You're sadder. And you're...
I'm older.
Oh, your birthday. Yesterday.
I was 25. I'm getting old.
Oh, no.
Old and forgetful.
No, you're not. You were busy. I've got a birthday present for you.
Why, you know you shouldn't have done that.
It's a Valentine.
Oh.
Valentine Day's tomorrow.
It's the very last one that Mr. Arthur had in the store.
I know.
You know?
I was going to get it for you.
Oh. Well, I don't need a Valentine, really.
What? Oh, I mean, but...
Tell me you love me. That'll be my Valentine.
Anne, remember...
Oh.
I love my love, and well she knows. I love the grass whereon she goes. If she on earth no more I see, my life will quickly leave me.
Oh, darling, darling, darling.
Anne.
You didn't write me. I was so afraid.
I could never forget you, Anne.
Never, never, never.
As long as I live. And forever.
We'll be so happy.
We'll go and live in Vandalia.
And then a day will come when you go to the new state house in Springfield. Then I'll be a congressman's wife. We'll go and live in Washington.
You'll go with me. You'll be my star that I'll follow.
And you'll be a great man.
I could be president.
Oh, yes, darling. Do be president. And then, in after years, they'll build a great high monument to you. And everybody will say, he was the greatest president that ever was.
And it'll all be due to you.
Madam President.
I'd lay the riches of all the world at your feet, Anne.
But it didn't bring me a Valentine.
What can I do? What? I'm so sorry.
I love you. Valentine or no Valentine, dearest. Always and always and always.
Always. And always. And we'll always be together.
Never be apart from each other again.
Never. Never, Anne.
Oh, hold me. I'm so cold suddenly.
Not just a cloud over the sun.
Hold me. Always hold me.
Always.
I know it. You'll be a great, great man, darling.
With you beside me, I will.
But if I die...
Don't say that.
Kiss me again.
And we sat for a long, long time in the sudden chill of the afternoon. And we were so in love, Anne and I. And we spoke no word for the longest time. Only sat there and dreamed of the future. The rosy future. And nothing but happiness.
Happiness. Happiness. Happiness.
And we'll be married as soon as you finish school.
Nobody will ever be as happy as we'll be. And if I die...
No, don't say that.
If I die, will you go on the way we have gone together?
Oh, you mustn't.
You will, won't you? For me.
Anne.
For me. Say yes.
You're not going to die.
Well, of course not. I was just teasing you.
Don't.
I love you so.
I love you.
And I'll love you wherever you go.
In the little towns and the big towns.
You'll be a congressman. And you'll love me.
I'll be president and I'll love you.
And this isn't just Valentine talk.
Anne.
I'm sorry, dear.
Wait. You asked if it's just Valentine talk. You remember last summer when we sat up here together?
So many times.
A very special time, Anne.
I remember. It was a hot, hot day. And the heat haze was on the hills. And you sang to me.
And you remember the stone, Anne?
Stone. I wonder...
Wait. I know where it is. I put it in the crotch of that old apple tree. Right there.
Forget it.
That's your Valentine, Anne. Remember?
I remember.
I found it. Look.
Way last summer.
Here's your Valentine, Anne, darling.
I remember what you carved on it.
Let's read it together, shall we? And always remember. On the spot, in the Salem, Illinois, on July 4th, 1833, Anne Rutledge and Abraham Lincoln were betrothed. And the cold winds howl tonight in Oak Ridge, around the tall monument. Gently they touch the outlines of a little mound in the graveyard above the Sangamon. And only the stone Valentine, remains to testify to our love. The title of today's Quiet Please story is Valentine. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. Others in today's cast were Anne Seymour, who played Anne. Offit was played by Jack Arthur, and Hannah by Leora Thatcher. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week. My very good friend and our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
The title of my next week's story is a question that I've been asked at least 10 times every day. It's, where do you get your ideas? Listen, maybe I'll tell you.
And so until next week at the same time, in the answer to a perpetual question, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Now, a listening reminder. Stay tuned for Drew Pearson. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Very Unimportant Person.
The Hollow Men. Ever read it? A lot of people were very fond of quoting from it when T.S. Eliot got the Nobel Prize. Especially that part, this is how the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper. Well, it wasn't so, Mr. Eliot. You were wrong. Me? How do I know? I was there. I don't know how it happened. Maybe somebody dropped something. Maybe one of our own people pushed the wrong button. Maybe the thing got tired of being in one piece and just went off by itself.
All I know is I was standing outside the operations office of bowling that morning, and I heard a funny noise, and I looked up. I just happened to be looking north in the direction of Baltimore, and I knew what it was the minute I saw it. I was at Bikini, and I saw both Tess Dable and Tess Baker. You couldn't fool me for a minute. So there's an airplane standing there, and I saw Ruth alongside the doorway to the office. I grabbed her by the arm, and I boosted her into that airplane, and I took off. Because when you see that pink and cream-colored mushroom cloud, you don't wait. If you do, you might be part of the next one. So Ruth didn't put up much of an argument after I pointed at the thing. She couldn't argue. Her mouth was hanging open a foot. For me, I was too busy to talk for a couple of minutes. I got to 10,000 feet awful fast. We got ourselves a good 20 miles away from Washington. I was noticing that, for a miracle, both fuel tanks were full. And Ruth just about jumped out of her safety belt. What? I said. What's the matter now? And as I said it, I felt the blast.
Washington! Washington! It isn't there anymore, Tom!
I see what you mean. Well, we asked for it.
I'm just looking at the Capitol and the Washington Monument and the Pentagon. Oh, Tom, what's happened?
What everybody's been waiting for, honey.
Is it war?
Well, if it was, it's all over now. If anybody dropped a couple of more of those bombs.
What are we going to do?
We're going to get out of here as fast as this airplane will take us. Hope we won't fly right into one of those things.
Oh, Tom, it's so terrible. Where can we go?
Give me the microphone here. I'm going to see who's still alive. Thanks. I don't know who to call. Hello, CQ. Hello, CQ. This is USAF plane 909344 calling CQ. CQ. If you hear me, anybody, give me a call. Speak up, somebody. Over.
Do you hear anybody?
Hello, CQ from USAF plane 909344. Do you hear me? Over. I don't expect it. Wait. Philadelphia, this is Army 909344. I hear you very well. Is everything all right there? I say again, is everything all right? Over. Hello, Philadelphia, this is USAF 909344. Hello, Philadelphia, answer me. Over. Hello, Philadelphia, this is USAF 909344. Over. No, Philadelphia. Wait. I had Philadelphia, but we stopped. Who's this? Pittsburgh, this is USAF 909344. I hear you very well. What is the situation there? I say again, what is the situation there? Over. Hello, Pittsburgh.
Does he answer you?
Darling, nobody answers.
No. It can't be.
It's happened, and just like the man said, honey, there's no place to hide. Wherever we turned, we saw the towering great clouds, starting out to blow away, getting ragged around the edges and clearing enough so we could see the ground once in a while. There'd be little towns, sure, but we couldn't tell what was going on down there, and I knew what might be happening. I didn't choose to land, because the ragged edges of those clouds would be blowing across those little towns down there that hadn't been hammered into nothing yet. And the pretty little towns with the elm trees along the streets, the pleasant little towns sitting on the edges of the river banks. Nice little towns. They'd get theirs pretty quick. I didn't want to be there. If I can just keep this airplane flying long enough, I thought. And I guess I must have said it aloud because Ruth answered me.
But where'll we go?
Well, I think if I can get through, maybe the woods up in Canada will be safe enough. I can find an airstrip somewhere. I hope we can set down there.
Tom, can we make it?
Well, we can try, that's all. This looks like a pretty good airplane. And we've got gas.
Oh, just look. The beautiful country.
Yeah. Well, it's done now.
Do you suppose it's like this everywhere?
I don't know. I have an idea that if somebody dumped these things on us, there's more than one country like this by now.
It's the end of the world.
Here, let me try that radio again. I tried the radio for an hour. I tried Pittsburgh again, Detroit and Chicago. I didn't get any answer at all. I listened till my ears hurt. The only single thing I heard was the leader of a jet fighter squadron somewhere over Lake Erie. His voice was so faint. He was talking to his pilots, and he said, there isn't any field left to go back to. And then there was static, and he faded out. And we flew on, heading north for the snows and the wilderness of Canada, whatever kind of sanctuary that might be. I'd often wondered what people would say to each other in the face of an awful catastrophe. Would they pray, I wondered? Or would they try to comfort each other? Or would they try to reason their way out of disaster, or what? I found out we didn't say anything. And there wasn't anything to say. It got dark. And all around us on the horizon, there was the glow of fires and the luminous clouds. The clouds that a few hours ago had been cities, great industries, and people. The fuel tank I was using ran dry, and I switched to a second one. We flew along at 20,000 feet. I could hardly see. I was so tired and wrought up. I saw Ruth had just given up. She was lying back in the seat, not snoring, but making the kind of sound that a sick animal makes. Then she sat up suddenly and opened her eyes. Okay.
Oh, I was dreaming.
You'd better go back to sleep.
Where are we?
Canada somewhere.
Still see the fire.
I don't know if I made a wrong guess coming up here or not. I don't seem to be getting away from anything.
Are you afraid, Tom?
Me? Yes.
What do you suppose happened back in Washington?
I'm trying not to think about it.
Flames, fire, dust.
And nothing.
Oh, Tom, do you think anybody else got away?
I don't know. I doubt it.
I wonder whose plane this is. It was waiting for somebody.
Some VIP.
A VUP now.
What?
Very unimportant person now.
Yeah.
Well, whoever he is, we ought to be awful grateful to him.
Yeah?
I'm sure you're both very welcome.
Who?
I'm afraid I'm the very unimportant person.
The only thing I remember about him is his eyes. The light wasn't very good, naturally, and I had to twist my head over my right shoulder to see him at all, standing between the cockpit seats behind us. So about all I could see was his eyes. I couldn't see them very well. He didn't have any hat. He sounded so tired, I felt sorry for him. Sorrier than I felt for myself or Ruth. I must have said something like that because he put his hand on my shoulder.
Thanks, son. I am tired. It's been a long drag.
Yeah. This your airplane, sir?
I was under the impression that it belonged to the Air Force.
I have a fair hunch there isn't any Air Force, sir.
That's probably right.
Were you back there all the time, sir?
Yes.
It's pretty rugged.
Yes, it is. It's very rugged. I heard you say you're going to try to set down somewhere in the Canadian woods.
Yes, sir, I'm going to try.
Don't try it.
Well, I haven't got much choice.
Don't try it.
Well, sir, if I run out of fuel...
Just keep right on going.
I said if I run out of gas...
The point I was making is that there may not be any Canada by the time you run out of gas.
Well, in that case...
Sir?
Yes?
Do you think this is the end of the world?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, no.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You really think everybody is going to die?
Everybody does die, my dear.
No kidding, you think this is the finish?
Well, scientists have warned what would happen. The destructive power of these things. Well, look at your world.
I see what you mean.
Oh, it can't be. It can't be.
You think anybody will survive?
I think so, yes.
Oh, I hope.
What do you base that on, sir?
You're not a very observant pilot, young man.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, if you'll look out your window, you'll see another airplane flying right along with us.
And I looked. And not half a mile away, a little behind us, was a constellation with TWA markings on her. And I grabbed the microphone and yelled at him.
I've been trying to raise somebody for the last 2 hours, Air Force. Why don't you keep your radio on? Over.
Where'd you come from? Over.
Los Angeles to New York. We were just over Anton Chico, New Mexico, when we heard from Tucson what was happening. And I decided to head for Canada. What reports do you hear? What happened? Over.
We don't know. I haven't heard anything since this afternoon. I can't raise anybody. I thought everybody else was dead. Over.
So did I. What are you going to do? Over.
Fly till I run out of gas. You got passengers? Over.
All plane load. You? Over.
A VIP, my girlfriend and me. Over.
VUP, you mean? Over.
That's what he says. We're all VUPs, Bud. Over.
Yeah. I'll stick with you till my gas runs out, huh? Incidentally, we better save our radios. We may need them. Over.
You're right, kid. Over and out.
Tom, do you suppose there are other airplanes anywhere?
I don't know, honey. What do you think, sir?
I think there are.
Really?
Yes.
Well, if they can fly far enough.
How much gas have we got left?
Well, can you read that gauge, sir?
Yes. It says little more than half full.
I just wanted to be sure. That's what I read, too.
How long is that good for, Tom?
Well, honey, that's good for about another 3 hours.
3 hours. And then what?
Well, the Lord will provide, baby. I hope.
You really think he will?
Sir?
I said, do you believe that?
Well, yes, sir. He always has up to now, sir.
He's provided fire and destruction and the end of the world.
Oh, the Lord didn't do that, child. That was the people of the earth thought that of.
Yes, but everyone on earth isn't wicked.
That's right. That's why some of them have got to escape.
Well, yes, but how?
Aren't you the one who said the Lord would provide? You just go ahead and fly your airplane, son.
So I flew my airplane. I flew it and flew it and flew it. And the Constellation flew right alongside us. He throttled back so he wouldn't outrun us. Every once in a while, I'd flip the radio on and ask him how he was doing. He was doing all right, he said. And then it got light. We were pretty far north, I suppose, and it got light quicker, I thought. But it wasn't long till I discovered that the light wasn't from the sun. It was coming from the wrong direction, behind us. South. Our passenger was asleep. At least he wasn't in the cockpit. But he came up and I swung our head around a little and looked back. He and I just looked out the window and we didn't say a word. What would you say to a whole rolling world full of fire? Flames leaping a mile in the air? Flames and smoke and destruction chasing you, consuming everything in their path? What would you say to the solid rock boiling like water in a kettle, the world vaporizing horribly behind you? And coming on and on and on so that we, flying at 200 miles an hour, could see it overtaking us. What would you say? Ruth had fallen asleep again and she couldn't see it. But I saw it, and the pilot of the other ship saw it. And I heard his voice in my ears.
You see that, Air Force? Over.
I see it. Over.
How's your gas? Over.
I'm squeezing out the bottom of the tank. Over.
Wish I could give you some. Over.
Thanks. It's over, all right. isn't it?
Probably catch up with us before your gas runs out.
Well, we tried.
God help us all. Over now.
And I flipped the radio off, and I swung us back on course again. On a course that all of a sudden didn't mean anything anymore. And I woke up Ruth, because I didn't want all this to end without saying goodbye to her. After all, I've loved Ruth all these years. There comes a time. And I glanced at our passenger, the very unimportant person. He was turned, still looking back at the terrible sea of flames that followed us. He didn't look scared at all. He looked sad. And he was crying. I had to strain my ears to hear what he said.
And it was such a beautiful world.
And then the engine started to spit, and I looked at the fuel gauge.
It's empty.
Well, so long, honey. Don't think it has Miss Swell.
No. I love you.
I love you, honey.
Come, darling. Hold me tight.
I put my arms around her, and I felt the plane slip out from under us as we lost flying speed, and I thought, well, this is it, now the fireworks. Ruth was squeezing me so hard. All of a sudden I said, hey, what's this? Because the plane had her nose up again. We were flying along just as good as new. You know what? Our passenger, our VIP, our VUP, had hold of the wheel, and he was pulling it back, and we were climbing like mad. And I looked at the fuel gauge. It still said empty. I said, say, there must be some kind of emergency tank. I don't know about it. We're good for another couple of hours. Well, thank God, I said. And then I looked out the window. And the propellers were standing still.
What happened there, boss? Over.
I don't know. My fuel gauges show both tanks are empty, but I'm flying. Over.
Well, I'll tell you what. Just for your own information, the same thing happened to me 20 minutes ago. Look, Mama, no engine. Look, Mama, no gas. No nothing, Mama, but I'm flying. What do you make of that? Over.
And that was when I looked at my altimeter. Or rather, when Ruth poked me and pointed at it, and I bent over and looked at it. The needle had gone on around the dial, past the 30,000 feet at the end, and on around again. And it was starting the third revolution. That meant we must be at least 70,000 feet high. And nobody in all the world has ever been up that high. I looked out the window again. The flames were so far below us, they extended back to the farthest horizon that any man has ever seen. A horizon that was a definite arc of a circle, the edge of a great sphere. As far as we could see below us, the world was in flames. And man, how close the stars were. And Ruth was pointing out the window again. I looked too. And above us, to each side of us, airplanes, 100, 1,000, a long, shining river of airplanes. And I could read the identification on the sides of some of them. G for Britain, NC for the United States, H for Switzerland, X for Mexico, Russian planes, Swedish and Austrian. Every nation in the world, at least one plane for each country. And my heart jumped, because I knew that all the world wasn't coming to an end now. And I looked back at our passenger. He was smiling as he looked back out the window. And I said, look, sir. I said, sir, I don't get this.
Why, it's very simple, son.
Well, not to me, sir.
But who are those people, those other airplanes?
Where'd they come from? Where are they going?
Isn't the world really destroyed?
I'm afraid it is, child.
But where?
It was a very wicked world, wasn't it?
Well,
I suppose something has to happen to the world every time it gets too wicked.
Well,
once upon a time, Adam and Eve sinned, and they got punished. I suppose the reason the world wasn't destroyed then was, well, they had their world taken away from them, didn't they?
That's right.
And then there was the time when they had the big flood because everybody was so wicked.
But Noah and his family escaped.
That's right. They're the only good people in the world. They escaped.
But the world wasn't completely bad. Not now, I mean.
They've set upon each other, and they've murdered and burned and destroyed. They have denied their creator. They have been warned.
But, sir...
This thing that has happened and destroyed the world, they dug it out of the forbidden blackness to give them a more terrible weapon against their brothers. They have plotted among themselves and forgotten charity and love and brotherhood. Isn't that sin enough? Isn't that wickedness enough to merit this punishment?
Well,
the whole world.
Not all. There are some, few good people.
The ones in those airplanes out there?
Us too?
That's right.
Do you believe that?
What I've told you?
Yes.
Why, of course I believe it. Don't you?
I don't know.
I don't either. I think it's terrible. I think it's an awful punishment.
You do?
Yes, sir.
Do you?
Well, in some ways it was a pretty good world. I had lots of fun.
What about a brand new world?
I don't get it.
What if all these people, these good people, these saved ones, are going to a new world where they can start life all over again and find the real happiness that it was intended they should have? The true goodness.
I don't know. I like the old one. Of course.
That's right, Tom. There isn't any way out.
I suppose. Well, whatever world we go to will be better than that one down there. Fire and destruction and ashes.
Yes.
But will it be better than the old world we had before this?
It's up to you. And the others.
Well, it's nice to believe that we're going to hit a better world. But
what?
Well, look at the flood. The world was destroyed then, and Noah and all the others that were saved rebuilt it.
Yeah?
Yeah, look at it. They did a fine job rebuilding it, didn't they? 3,000 or 4,000 years, it has to be destroyed all over again.
But this will be a new world.
I hope it'll be all right. Say, how... Well, I mean, this is all a very pretty theory, but what if it doesn't work out that way?
Oh, it'll work out that way. I'm confident of it.
Just for fun. Give me the radio, Ruth.
Here.
Hey there. Constellation. Over.
Hey there yourself. Over.
Listen. My very unimportant person says he thinks we're going to another world. A nice new one. How's that with you? Over.
I tell you, kid, if I had my way, I'd much rather be driving down Woodland Avenue, Van Nuys, California, and turning in at 6605, saying hello to Viola, and coming in for a landing on a trick new world that's probably not very comfortable anyway. How about you? Over.
Thanks. Just asking. Over and out. Well, sir, see what I mean?
But we don't know what's going to happen to us, Tom, dear.
Something pretty special, no doubt. You see what I mean, sir?
I wonder how many other people think that way.
Well, we could conduct a poll or something if we could pick up those planes with our radio. You want to try? But what good did it do? It's purely, what do you call it, academic.
A bright new world, peopled by only the good in heart, the righteous, the ones plucked from the burning for the goodness of their souls. Doesn't it sound wonderful?
Well,
no wars, no unpleasantness, no trouble.
It sounds okay, too.
Happiness.
Well, I tell you, sir, it's too late to wish, but, well, God knows where we're going to land this time.
Well, son, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm really not so sure after all. Honestly, I'm not.
What?
You think if you could go back to the world as it was before I let this all happen, you might help make something out of it? Honestly now?
Sir, I don't know. I need an awful lot of help.
You sure would. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a chance to make up your own minds.
Well, that's fair enough.
You and Ruth decide what you're going to do. Think it over. You can have your choice. We can all go on to the beautiful new world I've got all ready for you. Or if you want all that's happened to turn out to be a dream, you say so. Is it a deal?
Sir, it's a deal.
It's a deal.
Okay, son. But you better get a lot of help while you're making that decision. You're going to be responsible for a lot of people, you know, and a lot of future. I know what your future will be if you take up my proposition. If you want it to be a dream, I can't promise. Okay?
Okay, sir. Okay. Well, Ruth?
I know what I think.
So do I. But what does everybody else think, huh? Here, Ruth, give me that microphone. Shall some of us take the nice, bright, new world? Or shall we try to fix this one up for all of us? What do you say? Will you tell me? Quick? Over. The title of today's Quiet Please story was Very Unimportant Person. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And others heard in today's cast were Nancy Sheridan, James Monks, and Frank Thomas. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next Sunday, you'll hear us a half hour later at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time instead of 5 o'clock. Will you remember, please, 5:30, a half hour later, and the story will be Read Me This Riddle.
And so, until next week at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Beginning next Sunday, as you have heard, Quiet Please will be broadcast 1 half hour later in all time zones. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Wahine Tahiti. Her name used to be the Bessia, but when His Majesty's Navy commissioned her, they changed her name, of course. I remember her very, very well. I remember her as we weighed anchor off St. Helens that wintry afternoon 2 days before Christmas and stood down the channel. I remember her in the howling gales north of the Horn when the wind and the icy rain fair threatened to rip the sails off her. I remember her in the flat calms of the Southern Ocean, too, with the sun starting to tar from the deck seams and 45 men, officers and able seamen and cooks and gardener and all, panting for breath between the two tropics. And I remember her burning. A broken and looted wreck on the beach far below us, 120 west longitude and latitude 25 south. And I harked back to the dismal December day when the voyage began. If I could have known what lay ahead, I'd have jumped overboard, I would, in that tempestuous sea, and I'd have gone back somehow to a lighterman's life on the River Thames. Never seen Tahiti or Tipwai or maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe I'd have stopped aboard anyway, as I did. I'd be here just as I am now. The Last Man. Tahiti told me about it, of course. Else how would I know why we came to Tahiti? And Father. Tahiti, that his wife to me all these long years on this lonely place. It was the women, of course. They'd taken more than a fancy to the English sailors who came to the lovely island with Captain Cook. And they prayed for the white man to come back. They shouldn't have done it. But they prayed to Wahine Tahiti. Wahine Tahiti, the mother goddess, the secret protectress of the women of Tahiti. The goddess who went away from Tahiti and... Well, I'll tell you about that. Wahine Tahiti, woman of Tahiti, that's her name. She has no other name. Then, since she went away, they don't remember her anymore. They've forgotten Wahine Tahiti. And they've forgotten the lovely women who came with us. Maimiti, Tarua, and Parahiti, that was my wife. And, of course, they've forgotten us. Parahiti told me how the women met and prayed and sang at the hidden marae under the hillside, the temple of volcanic rock the men didn't know about. She told me how they sang in the leafy shadows there and called upon Wahine Tahiti to vouchsafe an answer to their prayers. She told me how Wahine Tahiti did appear and how she did speak to her mortal sisters.
Comfort yourselves, sisters, for the men come in the canoe with the white wings. Theirs is a journey of hardship and suffering, and death is with them. You have prayed me to bring them, I have promised. They will come. Even at this moment, the great canoe spreads its wings and defies the storm as its master looks across the world of the waters to Tahiti.
And sure it was. For I reckoned back the day Wahine Tahiti spoke to the women. And it was the 23rd of December, 1787, 2 days before Christmas. And moreover, she spoke of the other great war canoes that lay at anchor and how they made solemn sounds with their great guns. And I remembered how the other ships did salute us with cannons as the little 90-foot transport stood down the brawling channel away from them. Parahiti told me how the goddess spoke of the tyranny of the captain to his men. And I remembered, too, what I'd heard with my own 2 ears, the captain bellowing to Samuel the clerk.
See here, Mr. Samuel.
The issue of the provisions.
I have no complaints from you about the quality of the provisions I've laid in, and I have no complaints furthermore from any man of the crew here. For if I do, I'll have the man thrust up in stanza. Do you hear, Mr. Samuel? And we'll see the color of his blood under the cap. And that applies to you, too, sir. So give me none of your fool's arguments. Salt horse and weevily biscuits for sailormen's lot, and they'll like it.
Since only the captain and the master's mate had ever seen the Isle of Tahiti before. No, it was a wondrous long voyage we had in this doughty little cockle shell, not much bigger than Man o' War's longboat. And I'm speaking of it one night to McCoy, the Scotsman from Kirkintilloch, as we stood anchor watch in False Bay off the Cape of Good Hope. I said, McCoy, I've got a good mind to jump ship.
Oh, I could do it myself, Smith. Again, there was a chance of getting ashore without being gobbled up by the sharks.
And I believe if we passed the word, there'd be more than us to try the beach.
I thought I would boggle at nothing at all in the way of food, man. I've had nothing to eat since the morning, except a bite of biscuit and a sup of greenish water.
He's starving us.
Aye, starving every man jack aboard. The officers even.
McCoy, step up here by the bit.
Eh? What's that for?
Don't talk so loud.
Oh, he's asleep.
Well, the master's on the quarterdeck, so speak easy.
You're the one that wanted to speak.
And so I will.
Hey, Mark.
Have you heard the talk?
I've heard nothing but talk as long as I've been aboard this hooker.
You have?
Aye.
What kind of talk?
Oh, did you ever a British seaman going a voyaging without grumbling? They had plumbed up 3 times a day.
Yeah, this is past the mere grumbling stage. So I hear.
Oh, do you know?
Have you heard aught?
Aye. I have.
And?
I don't like it, Smith.
How do you like being starved in and beaten?
being at the mercy of that brute of a man aft.
The captain, you mean? Harky, Smith. I've sat time under more than a few captains of His Majesty's Navy. I thought I'd met some rare, hard men. But this one's a devil straight from hell. And one day... Well, one day mayhap someone will send him back to the place whence he came. Hark.
What did you hear?
I thought I heard someone laughing.
There's nobody on deck. Got Mr. Fryer back in the quarterdeck.
No, Smith, it wasn't Fryer.
Oh, well then, who?
Smith. I could have sworn it was a woman laughing. Out there in the black darkness beyond.
And on the island of Tahiti at that very moment, for it was 5 months almost to the day after we'd set sail from the Isle of Wight, the women of Tahiti gathered at the hidden marae, listened as Wahine Tahiti laughed and set the echoes laughing in the darkness of the forest glade.
Comfort yourselves, my pretty ones, my anxious ones. You have asked, and Wahine Tahiti grants your prayers. They come, but it's a far journey and a long one. Wahine Tahiti will tell you when to deck yourselves with flowers and go down to the beach to meet them.
Great Wahine, why do you laugh? Great Wahine, have we offended?
Who speaks?
It is I, Great Wahine. I, Parahayiti.
No, you have not offended Parahayiti.
Then why do you laugh, Wahine Tahiti?
Oh, it is my humor to laugh, my daughter, at the shortcomings of those who serve me, even as all who hold power have some secret scorn for their servants.
Have we transgressed then, O Wahine, in asking for this favor?
No, not transgressed, Parahayiti, not transgressed.
What then, Wahine?
You are bold, Parahayiti. For those who are overbold, I have certain special favors. Take care, Parahayiti.
I serve the great Wahine Tahiti. You have promised. You will not withhold.
I will not withhold. No, I will not withhold.
But you laughed.
I laughed, my daughter, as I looked across the oceans to see the men who come to you. I laughed as I heard them plotting against their leader and foretelling his death.
You promised us, great Wahine.
And I will fulfill my promise. But remember, there is no gift without payment.
We will pay, great Wahine.
Yes, you will pay. You will pay with exile and weeping. And you and the men who come to you in the great war canoe with white wings will die in a far unknown place. With your own hands shall you slay them.
This, Parahayiti told me long years after the prophecy had come to pass. She told me how she fell on her knees and implored the goddess to spare them. She told how after a long silence the goddess laughed again at them and gave her word that one at least of the women would be spared to live forever. She would not tell that woman's name, so that they all glanced at each other secretly, hoping that each one, she herself, would be the one. The fate of certain white men was also set and sealed with the seal of Wahine Tahiti. And far away at the Cape of Good Hope, a little 90-foot vessel weighed anchor again and stood out to sea on a course set for the South Seas. Then on the 20th of August, 1788, a cold, early spring day, we dropped anchor in Adventure Bay in Van Diemen's Land. And we were a lean and tattered crew. The captain had driven us hard, had flogged us, starved us, and held us to our course through storm and calm under the whiplash of his voice for 9 long months. But I remember another night after we'd put out from Adventure Bay on the last leg of our voyage to Tahiti. How McCoy and I stood again at the wheel with only the tiny lights from the binnacle flickering before us, whispered together again.
He's no man, Smith, a beast. He deserves to die like a beast.
I'll take care, man.
Aye, I'll take care. But I tell you, Smith, when we get to Tahiti...
What do you do?
Oh, I'm going to jump ship, man.
He'll hang you.
If he catches me. And perhaps he won't catch me. Perhaps he'll be lying aft in his bunk with a clasp knife in his throat.
Back. Take care.
Aye. We'll say no more about it. But there's more than one aboard the ship that had furnished the clasp knife. And not a few that'd use it, too.
The mate.
Oh.
What's the course, men?
East Burnett, sir.
Keep us so for another half hour.
Right, sir.
By night?
Aye, what is that, sir? Sir?
Well, McCoy?
This the Tahiti now, sir. You've been there?
Yes. It's a paradise, McCoy.
Are the women beautiful, sir?
Eh? Oh, the most beautiful in the whole world, Smith.
And do they have plenty to eat, sir?
Unlike us, they do, McCoy.
Aye, so. And there'd be hills and jungles, too, sir?
Oh, yes.
And where a man might never be found if the native people was the, let's see, take a liking to him?
Well, they're very friendly people, McCoy. A man who jumped ship might be able to elude capture.
Oh, I didn't say anything about jumping ship, sir.
But it isn't a good idea to murder the captain of one of His Majesty's ships.
Sir?
I was just thinking aloud, McCoy.
Sir, McCoy didn't mean that. He was just thinking.
I don't know what you're talking about, Smith. Here, you men hungry?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
It isn't much,
but... Sir, you've never starved.
Haven't I? Well, just be careful, men.
We're sorry, 7 days.
Strike it.
Aye, aye, sir.
And remember, you'd never see England again.
Scotland, sir. Carskentillach, hard by Glasgow.
I'm from Cumberland myself. I wonder if ever I'll see Maryland here again.
Then through the warm tropic seas again, night after starry night, with the southern cross over the port quarter. And day after blazing day on the northeasterly course for the Society Islands and the Isle of Tahiti. Short rations and a hint of scurvy amongst us. And the wicked hiss of the cat o' nine tails of the gangway. The sobbing cries of a British seaman flogged for asking to be fed like a man, not as a pig. And one day a cloud on the far horizon, and we knew our long voyage was nearly over. Tahiti at last, with the peak of Wahine towering high in the distance, a lush greenness wherever the eye passed. And we dropped anchor in Marabai Harbor, Tahiti, Nui, after a voyage of more than 27,000 miles in almost 2 years. And as we've been told, it was a fair island, and the women were beautiful. Let me pass over the labors we performed at Tahiti, bringing aboard the breadfruit trees we set out for to fetch them to West Indies. Let me pass over the indignities we suffered at the captain's hands and at the hands of his one loyal aide, the Clerk Samuel. The downright thievery of the two of them, taking from us the gifts of food we'd received from our friends on the island, the appropriation of the pearls and the carved woods they three-handedly gave us. And McCoy did jump ship and was caught. He got 3 dozen lashes for it. And I had met Haiti. And at last the night came when I must say farewell.
But Smith, you are to stay.
I'll come back one day, Haiti. There's nothing to do now but go.
No.
If I stay, I'll be found as McCoy was found. He'll flog me, take me away anyway.
No.
I will come back, Haiti. I'll come back.
Do you love me, Smith?
I love you, Haiti, more than I thought I could love mortal woman.
Stay.
I dare not.
She promised you would stay.
Who promised?
Oh, Wahine Tahiti, what have you done to your children? Wahine Tahiti, you have lied to us and deceived us. You have denied us, Wahine Tahiti. Oh, great Wahine, we hold you to your promise. Give us our men, the men from beyond.
Then there was a great clap of thunder, then there was a clear, starry sky. I heard the sound of a distant voice speaking in a strange language. And again the voice of Tahiti as she turned to me in the starlit darkness and spoke again.
Go. Go, my husband, and come back to me. Wahine Tahiti has promised.
And below me the shouts of the men calling to me to hurry lest I miss the last boat to the homeward bound ship. There were a few aboard who thought that now we'd set our course for England, the captain would be in a merrier mood. He was not. He kept the charts locked up. He alone could navigate us to England half a world away. We thought our life was a hell on the outward voyage. I say to you, that was a pleasant, lightsome, gay excursion compared to what we suffered when we headed away from Tahiti. I'll not describe it lest I turn your stomach. Then Wahine Tahiti laughed again from the heights of Orohina. And in the early morning twilight, she spoke to her daughters again.
Be at peace, my little ones. I have tested your faith, and you have believed. And now the fulfillment. For the men of the white-winged canoes arise now, and they turn their weapons against the one who would take them away from you.
And on the ship, I awoke to the sound of voices shouting, and I ran on deck. The captain stood beside the mainmast, and his hands were tied. He was at last a frightened man. And before him stood the master's mate, and behind him the men of the crew, armed and murderous. I heard the captain's voice again.
Mr. Christian, what is the meaning of this folly?
This is mutiny, Captain Bligh. I am in command of the Bounty.
I heard Captain Bligh plead for his life.
Mr. Christian, let us compose our difficulties. Do not murder me, Mr. Christian!
And I heard Fletcher Christian answer him sternly.
Captain Bligh, you've forfeited your life 1,000 times over.
And I saw at last the ship's launch hoisted over the side. I saw Captain Bligh board it with certain men who had neither the honor nor the hardihood to follow the leadership of Fletcher Christian. And what became of Captain Bligh and the others who departed with him, I know not. For we never saw him again.
We cannot remain here, men. For Bligh, if he does reach England, will set all His Majesty's Navy about our ears. If it takes until the end of time, they'll never give us up till we've all swung from a yardarm in a British port.
And so at long last the promise of Wahine Tahiti was fulfilled. She had towed us from our native lands to the Isle of Tahiti Nui. And now the women who had won us as their prizes set sail with us, never to see their own island again as long as they lived. 9 men from the Bounty, 6 men from Tahiti for 9 women of Tahiti. And we sailed away to Pitcairn's Island. For a time we prospered, and the memory of the Wahine's price for her favor had almost faded. For 15 men, 9 women, a fatal number. Love, jealousy, hatred, murder. First the Tahitian women, first the Tahitian men, and one by one the Bounty's men. Fletcher Christian, the master's mate. Mills, the gunner's mate. Gentle William Dunn, the gardener, who had never before sailed the seas. McCoy and Quintal and Williams and Martin, the able seamen. I alone was left of the Bounty's crew. And at last, Tahiti told me of the Wahine's prophecy. How we should all come to death at the hands of the ones from Tahiti. How all the women, too, should die, save one. And I listened in silence, for I was alone with only the few women, the few children, on Pitcairn's Island.
And so the prophecy is nearly fulfilled, Smith, as I have told you. Says that we know not who is the one of the women to live forever, as Wahine Tahiti promised.
And as she spoke and fell silent, I saw a change come over this woman, this Parahahiti, my wife. I saw her transfigured, terrible on the edge of the cliffs, high above the burned wreckage of the Bounty. I heard her speak again, and in a new voice.
Farewell, Englishmen. The bargain is kept.
Now I take the body of Parahahiti for my own, and she shall live forever, and watch with my eyes over the sons and the daughters of those I brought to wed with my own.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story was Wahine Tahiti. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. And Alexander Smith, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And J. Pat O'Malley played McCoy, Roy Irving was Fletcher Christian, and Charles Penman was Captain Bligh. Parahahiti was Sarita Bauer, and Wahine Tahiti was Harriet Priestley. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Characters in tonight's story really lived, as you well know. The events in the story might have happened, or they might not. Alexander Smith actually was the last survivor of the Bounty, but he told many conflicting stories of what had actually happened. Next week, our Quiet Please story is called As Long as I Live.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents the third of a series of unusual dramatic programs written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell. This story is called We Were Here First. I'll tell you a story. You keep asking for stories, I'll tell you one that'll really give you something to think about. You'll keep thinking about this story till you die. And I have an idea you'll pass it on to the ones who come after you, just as I'm passing it on to you. So you listen carefully. This one doesn't start with once upon a time. It's about the world today, so that once upon a time business does come into it. Listen. Do you know there are giants in this world? Oh, yes, there are. Did you think we were the only ones here? You're wrong. There are giants. Millions of them. Billions. Giants so big that it's almost impossible for one of us to imagine how big they are. Why, a hair from the head of one of them is as big as your leg. And they're everywhere. In the cold lands, in the hot lands, everywhere. And they hate everybody. They hate each other. And they hate us. Oh, how they hate us. How they'd like to get rid of us. But I'll tell you something. They're not going to. We were here first. And we're going to be here a long, long time after they're gone. For they're going to go. Don't fool yourself about that. They can't win. But it isn't going to be easy. Don't fool yourself about that either. They've killed an awful lot of us in all the millions of years they've been on this earth. And I may say we've killed quite a few of them. We've killed more of them than they have any idea. And that, my child, is quite a trick when you consider the difference in our sizes. How big are they? Well, that's hard to explain. We're all different sizes, you know. Some of us are small, some of us big. And there are fat ones amongst us, and thin ones. And they're the same way. But on the average, I should say they're, about 150 times as tall as we are. Oh, yes, 150 times our size. That nonsense. But there's an old saying, child, and this is something you want to remember. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. I don't want to give you the idea, though, that it's going to be easy to win. I've nearly lived my life out, and there's just as many of them as ever. You'll live your life out, and your children and your children's children will live and die in generations that you can count up in trillions, and they'll still be here. And we'll, all of us, pay an awful price in that time. But we breed fast, and our families are larger. Then one day there'll be no more giants in the earth, and we'll have it all to ourselves. Brethren dwelling together in unity. That's one of their sayings, too, but they disregard it pretty much. They don't dwell together in unity any more than we do. And that's the bad part of it from our standpoint. If we just had sense enough to get together, if we just stop fighting amongst ourselves. Now, of course, it's all right for them to fight amongst themselves. That simplifies our problem. Someday, if we're lucky, maybe they'll all kill each other. They try hard enough. Oh, I tell you, they've got weapons, child. They've got an atomic bomb. It works. And some of them are scared to death that it may one day wipe them all out. But we'll see. If it does, good riddance. And our day comes a little sooner. If it doesn't, well, we've got time. They've got to talking lately about biological warfare. Germs, you know? You know where they got that? From us. No, they don't realize how far ahead of them we are in biological warfare. I could tell you some things, but they're a secret that even I can't tell. They'll find out, though. Remember, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. It's a mighty comforting thought. Something else to think about, too. As I said, they hate us. But most of their time is taken up in hating each other. So they don't have the time to attend to us as they should if they want to continue to exist. They're absolutely ruthless, though, when they do think about exterminating us. I know. I nearly got it once. Want to hear about it? Well, can you take it? Well, this is just one of the concentration camps they run in between the times they're planning how to exterminate each other. They call this place New Jersey. But it's not New Jersey to us. Some of us call it Thanatopolis. That's Greek. It means city of death. Greek? Oh, the Greeks lived on this earth a long, long time ago. There's some of them left today, but they're not the same as they were then. They got careless. All that's left of their glory is words like Thanatopolis. Words that have the sound of death in them, child.
I was hungry. That's how I got caught. That's the way a lot of us get caught. Plenty of food, plenty of good, healthy food. Plenty to drink. Nothing to do but get fat and get killed. I didn't know about giants in those days. I know now. The gate was wide open, and I tell you, it was the pleasantest place I've ever seen. I looked it over. I smelled the food. Oh, I tell you, I've been around, and I never smelled anything so delicious in all my life. I just went crazy as hungry as I was. Well, the food was just as good as it smelled, and there was plenty of it. I lost my way going in at kind of a labyrinth, you see, and I was interested in the food. I was hungry. There was a lot of us in there. I recognized hundreds of friends, fat, happy, well-fed. I stayed there quite a while. I got fat, too. But there were sounds I didn't like. Sounds like thunder, whistling, and sounds that came from nowhere at all. And the feeling of someone watching us, someone laughing at us. And one morning, early, I heard a voice.
This is about ready, I think. Just look at him. Thousands and thousands of them, and not one of them was sense enough to try to get out.
I looked up. It sounded like a human voice to me.
Get the gas ready. They've had a good time now long enough. You'll see how long it takes them to die.
It was a human voice. A giant voice. This particular concentration camp of theirs was run by one of their females. Probably, according to their standards, a very beautiful one. To me, as I looked up at her face far above me, she looked like all the figures of death I'd ever dreamed of. And, child, she was dead.
Where's the stopwatch?
Paralyzed, I watched her great fingers wind her stopwatch. So stiff with terror, I saw the nozzle of the gas generator slither into the door far across the floor. I began to crawl toward the door, toward the gaping mouth of that gas jet. I tried hard to warn a few of my friends, but they were heavy with good living, and it was useless. I found my way through the labyrinth somehow, hoping there'd be time. I had a goal now, if I could make it. And then I saw her raise her hands at the watch. I heard her...
Put on the gas.
One tiny whiff of the gas, one short, infinitesimal breath of it, and I thought my heart would leap through my body. My eyes bulged, my legs refused to hold me up. I fell and staggered again. And as I stumbled out into the blessed freshness of the air, I heard the sound of her stopwatch and her laugh.
Look at him. Look at him crawl and wiggle. This is the best gas we've used. Look at him. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and every one of them dead. This is wonderful.
I was dazed. My mind couldn't contemplate such love. 4 seconds, and countless thousands of us dead. And then, this is the horror. You know what she did? She gathered up their still warm bodies and tossed them onto a great scale and weighed them. Why? So she could know how many of us she had killed in 4 seconds. Do you wonder we hate them? Do you wonder we live for nothing but the day when the giants, male and female and all their young, shall all be gone from this earth? So you see, it must be us or them. And I swear to you, Sal, we'll stay. We were here first. We're patient. Most of the time, we forget we're here. And that's good, of course, because they're intelligent. They can fly, too. They have marvelous instruments that help them perform amazing things. They've got radar, for instance, but fortunately for us, their radar won't pick us up as ours does them. They've got methods of communication, but theirs aren't as good as ours. And the amazing thing is that most of the remarkable inventions they've thought of and perfected are used for fighting one another. Let them keep on inventing like this. Because, you see, there's one little point they never seem to think about. They fight amongst themselves. But we fight against both sides. And you know who wins their wars? We do, child. We always have. We always will. We spy on them, baby. No matter where they go, there's always one of us near them. There's not one single word spoken in the giant world that we don't hear. No matter what they plan, we know about it. And they're never free from us. They plan for their pleasures, and we prepare to spoil their pleasures. They plan for wars, and we mobilize our expeditions. They pray, and we hear them. And we answer their prayers sometimes with death. What do you mean? How? Do you think it's hard for a being our size to kill a being the size of a giant? It isn't. You see, in the first place, we're willing to sacrifice 1 million of us to kill one of them. No, it's true. Not all of us know about the giants. Not all of us know that we're being sacrificed in this endless war. Some of us think we're dying a natural death, I suppose. But we leaders know. You still don't understand? Well, let me give you an example. I said the giants are on the average, perhaps 150 times as tall as we. Well, that's just height. If you know anything about mathematics, you realize that means they're uncounted millions of times bigger than we are. In actual mass, it would probably take a billion of our bodies to make one the size of theirs. Take an ant, for instance. How much bigger is a man than an ant? You see? So, on a plantation in South America...
Toward us in a straight line, in a column 50 feet across, miles long. The beasts are fleeing from them. Monkeys, deers, tapirs, jaguars. Ants. Tiny creatures only half an inch long. Soldier ants, hungry, leaving only the stripped skeleton of trees to mark the paths they followed. Skeletons picked clean of the animals that fell in their way, stripped clean in a matter of minutes. Ants, tiny creatures, only half an inch long. They're coming. We've got to fight them. Fight them with flowing streams of water. And they come on. Fight them with jets of oil. Open the tanks. Drown them. Then some die, but they come on. Fight them with fire. Hey, fire here. Set the oil on fire. And some die, but they come on. Run. Don't let them get you. They have poison in their jaws. Run. Then the brown river flows remorselessly on. Tiny creatures, half an inch long. Then behind them, as the end of the brown river disappears, a clean white skeleton and desolation. So you see, it isn't size. It's hatred and the will to conquer. And it's numbers. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, child. So, you haven't seen the giants? You just think you haven't, child. You're young yet, and you mistake them. Sometimes you think it's a cloud that obscures the sun. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. Don't waste time when a great shadow falls on you, child. It might be one of the giants. And they strike without warning. It's a horrible death.
You see, one of the things that makes living in the same world with the giants so terrible is the way they hate us. They hate us in an impersonal kind of a way. They kill us by habit, most of them. They say, there's one, kill him. And that's all there is to it. You never think about it afterwards. That, we think, is why we hate them most. We're of no consequence to them. That is, they think we're of no consequence. If they knew what we've done to them through all the countless ages they've been on this earth. Well, perhaps it's a good thing they don't. Their scientists know, though. And they've got some pretty good scientists when they're not thinking up ways to kill each other. And they know us. Some of them study us. And, child, they're clever. They're the ones who thought of setting us against each other. They're war makers amongst themselves. Why shouldn't they apply their theories to us? And their theories work. We fight amongst ourselves. We do too much of it. And most of us don't know why we do. It costs a lot of lives, and the worst part of it is, it costs time. I don't say that they put us up to all the fighting. Some of us think of it ourselves. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe there'd be too many of us for our own good if we didn't kill each other. But if we could only get together, if we could only, all of us, see that one shining goal before us, think of a world that would belong to us, all by ourselves, with no giants to worry about. Not that all of us worry about the giants. That's just the trouble. We have to spend so much time convincing others that they really exist. That they're a menace to us every second we live, and that we've got to destroy them. One day, if we don't learn to get together, they'll destroy us, maybe. They've destroyed a lot of us so far. And I hate to think of this world belonging to them exclusively. What? Oh, yes, of course. They wouldn't live without us. They need us. Some of them know that, even if we are, as a race, a constant nuisance to them. But what's the good of that? If they destroy us, they'll die, too. And then there won't be anybody left in the world. But believe me, child, we don't need them. We got along a good long time before they appeared. And we'll do it again. Nonsense? Superstition? You children. I know, though. I said the same thing when I was your age. But I found out different. Yes, there are giants. You'll find out. Certainly we can kill them. Didn't I tell you about the ants? Well, that's right. There were millions of them. But one of us can kill a giant. Just one of us. I'll tell you a story about that, and then you decide for yourself. This was in the last war out in China, a long, long way from here. So I know it's true. I got it from a friend of mine who was there. An airplane fell down in a valley between the mountains. The pilot had a broken leg. And for a week, he lay there in the valley all alone. And there was nothing wrong with him except for his broken leg. He had something to eat, and there was water. And he needn't have died, except that a bug of some kind bit him, and he got some strange fever. In the second week, he began to be delirious. And then one morning, he heard someone coming.
Hello!
I hear someone calling.
Hello!
I can't see anybody. Everything looks funny.
Who are you? I'm coming. Who are you?
Where's my gun? I have to have my gun. I don't know who's calling me.
Where are you?
I'll be quiet. I don't know who he is. I'll wait. I see him. Oh. Yes, I do.
You're not going to get me. Where are you?
I see him. He's too big. It's a giant. Look at him. He's coming closer. A giant. Oh, that's a fool.
You're not going to get me.
Get away from me, giant! Don't you touch me! Don't you come close!
Oh, let me help you.
No! You're a giant! Think I don't know? You'll come to get me. No, get away from me! I'll kill you!
Easy, fella. Take it easy.
No, get away, I say! I've got a gun!
Put the gun away.
Don't touch me! Stop! All right. I told you I'd kill you. I killed a giant.
He killed one of them. It was very easy. It was very curious. A little later, when the evening came and his fever cooled a little, that the dead giant looked so much like his friend that had jumped out of the airplane a moment before he did. It was very curious. Well, all right, it was his friend. He thought his friend was a giant, and he killed him. Or did he kill him? He fired the pistol at his friend that was the direct cause of his friend's death. But who was it that brought him a fever that made him think his friend was a giant? Remember? I said a little bug living. So the little bug was indirectly the cause of the other man's death. And to the little bug, the man was a giant. They were both giants, and he killed them both. Because the man who had killed his friend had a moment of lucid thought, and his fading strength was enough to bring a pistol up to his mouth. Well, I know it's true. Well, maybe that is rationalizing, but you think it over. From my way of thinking, 2 giants got killed. It's getting dark in here. Am I a little slow in my thinking now that I'm... Look out! Quick, look out! All right. So you killed him. He was a child, and he didn't have a chance against the giant he didn't even believe in. He did. No, I'm not going to be emotional about it. There are too many more of us to worry about the death of one. You can smash us, you can poison us, you can gas us to death, but we'll always be with you. Up to the end, and afterwards, you can't win. Without it, you'll die. With it, you'll die. But listen for a second. We're everywhere. We're in the earth. We live in your houses. We eat your food. And we watch you day and night. We've got senses you never dreamed of. We've got weapons that you have no defense for. You walk on your 2 legs. We've got picks. You fly in your airplane. We've got wings. You make your weapons. We are our own weapons. And if we insects ever get together, giant, well, maybe we won't have to. Maybe you'll blast yourselves off the earth and save us the trouble. Your atomic bombs don't mean you want. The flies lived at Hiroshima, you know. The beetles are still alive on Bikini. And far under the surface of this earth, you think more and more millions of us are sleeping, waiting to die. Giants, we'll always be there. Wherever you go, while you're awake, while you're asleep, chasing you, plotting against you, knowing that one day everything you build, everything you've accomplished on this earth will be ours. We were here first. And we'll be here last. There's a sign, isn't there? And there's a cloud of gnats somewhere outdoors waiting for you and all the rest of the giants we hate. Are you the one that was bragging about what do you call it? DDT? Fine. DDT does kill. It kills the good insects and the bad ones. Better try again, giant. You can't live without us. And you can't live with us. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. We were here, too. Think of that some night when a fat moth blunders in your bedroom window. Maybe he won't be blundering, Giant. Maybe he'll be fine. And remember, we're giant killers.
Not so good, Giant. See you tonight.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The one who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell, and the others were Nancy Douglas, Walter Black, and Kermit Murdoch. The music was composed and played by Gene Perazzo. And now for a word about next week's Quiet Please story. Here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Next week's story is called The Ticket Taker. I think you'll find it intriguing and entertaining.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program came to you from New York. Stay tuned now for a fascinating story of strange events and their common sense explanation on The House of Mystery, which follows in just a moment.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Wear the Dead Man's Coat. Let me see. Yesterday, that's 1 day. The day before, that's 2. The day before that, that's 3. 3 days. It's 3 days, all right. The doc was right. So that fixes me. You think it don't? Well, listen. You wouldn't know Kidneyfoot Cassidy, would you? Yeah, of course you wouldn't. You might have seen him if you was ever walking along Canal Street around 6 in the evening in the summertime, or if you was down near Wabash and Van Buren under the yell of a winter afternoon. He was the guy that put the bite on you for a dime to get to Oak Park because he'd forgotten to spend his last 15 cents for a magazine. He'd show you the magazine, offer to give it to you for a dime. But you never took it. You slipped him a dime, and a dime, and a dime, and pretty soon you'd have enough to go to Racine if you wanted to. And that's the price of a half pint of the brown stuff in the bottles. He ain't panhandling anymore. He ain't doing nothing. The cops got onto that Oak Park gimmick of his after a while, and Kidneyfoot was a little slow in the head, see? Well, he's been doing that one so long he couldn't work up a new kind of bite, so for quite a while he ain't had many dimes. I used to see him a lot around Wabash and Van Buren, or in the summertime over on Canal Street. Ain't nobody gonna see him anymore. Any place. He's dead. Ain't anybody gonna bawl over Kidneyfoot Cassidy if there's to be any bawling done, bawl over me. 3 nights ago it was. I was coming out of the drugstore there into the L. It was around 12:30. I just had a cup of java and a donut.
Who should brace me but Kidneyfoot Cassidy? He come waddling up, walking like his feet hurt him. That's how he got his name. His right name was Waller. And he put the old Oak Park bite on me.
Pardon me, mister. I gotta get to Oak Park, see, and I spent my last dime.
Hiya, Kidneyfoot.
Oh. Hello, Floyd. Never recognized you. What do you hear from the mob?
What mob? Where's your overcoat?
Hmm? Oh, I lost it. You got 2 bits?
How'd you lose it?
Hmm? Oh, I was asleep over there alongside the Polk Street Depot, and somebody took it off me. You got 2 bits?
I got a dime.
I got 14 cents.
Ain't you cold?
Hmm? Yeah, I sure am. Yeah, it's been awful cold, ain't it?
You'll freeze to death.
I'm going to get me a coat tonight.
How?
Hmm? I don't know. I gotta get one or I'll freeze to death. Give me the dime, will you, Floyd?
What you been drinking, Kidneyfoot?
Hmm? Oh, I ain't been drinking. Give me the dime and my 14 cents, and I can get some stuff from a fella over on Plymouth Court.
Yeah, you get to drinking, Kidneyfoot, you're sure gonna freeze to death.
I'm gonna get a coat.
Well, how?
Take it away from somebody. Come on, let's walk over to Plymouth Court and find a fella and get us a drink. I'm cold.
There was a time when I first come to Chicago. That's been many a year ago, and I was broke and had no place to stay. I was walking along Canal Street one night, and Kidneyfoot Cassidy was the only guy in Chicago who took pity on me, bought me a cup of coffee, and left me sleep in his room over on West Madison Street, see? So we've had quite a winter in Chicago this year, and I got a place to stay. I got a room on North LaSalle Street, at least while the dough lasts. And I ain't seen Kidneyfoot for a long time, and he's a lot older. The poor guy is starving. What am I going to do? And all I got to say is I wish I hadn't. I got more than a dime I tell him about, and I offered to buy him a cup of java and a hot dog over on South State in the shooting galleries where the dogs are bigger, even if they are staler. The Kidneyfoot, he don't go for eating. Drinking is his racket. And it hasn't killed him. He ain't dead. Yet. So I walk over to Plymouth Court with him. That's a little kind of alley off Van Buren between State and Dearborn. It's all full of printing houses. It's dark there at night. Especially this time of night. You could hear his teeth chatter for 2 blocks. Now, this 3 nights ago, see? I say to Kidneyfoot, why don't he come home with me? But he ain't interested. All he can think of is a bottle. And I guess, Coke. So, we get the bottle from a little guy in a big overcoat like a Mackinaw with a sheepskin collar that come out from between a couple of buildings in the dark. And after Kidneyfoot takes a great big slug out of the bottle, he gets the Coke. Kidneyfoot was sore because the bottle busted when he clouted the guy, but when he took the coat off him, there was 2 more bottles in the guy's suit coat. Me? I never done a thing. But I couldn't. I didn't have a chance. 1 minute, Kidneyfoot is slugging down rot gut. The next minute, the guy is laying on the cobblestones, and the old man's taking his coat. He put it on. He run his hands in the pockets. He wiggled down inside the sheepskin collar, and he laughed.
Hey, I'm warm, Floyd.
I'm standing there with my face hanging out a foot. Warm, I think. Warm. Boy, you're hotter than a pistol. You know, that's the thing. This little guy, you never think he never heard a flea, and he takes this fella like that. I don't need to ask, is he dead? I'm so surprised I can't move. I just popped my eyes. Oh, Kidneyfoot, he giggles again.
How you like it, Floyd, huh?
And I just say, gig, gig, gig. Then Kidneyfoot, he takes another drink of the stuff, and he grabs him by the arm.
Come on, Floyd. Let's go.
Go? Go where?
Up to your place.
Listen.
You're going to put me up for a couple of days, kid, ain't you?
Well, but I...
Kid, look, I just knocked the guy off. I'm hot, kid. Are you my friend or ain't you?
Listen, Kidneyfoot,
Who was to stake you when you was a punk right here in town without a nickel, huh? Who was it?
Well, it was you, Kidney Foot, but
And
I'm
if
not...
it comes to that, kid, why, you was right here with me when the guy was knocked off. You know, them cops is awful good persuaders.
Ah, looky
And I
here.
might get all mixed up, see, and put the finger on you. Not meaning to, you see, but, see?
Well, I never done a thing. You know I never.
Yeah, but how long you think them tough guys down at the Bureau will believe that, Floyd? Come on. Leave us go home.
All right, so what could I do? He had me, didn't he? So I took him home with me. All the way over to the streetcar, he was giggling to himself like he was nuts or something. And I never said a word. What was I to say, huh? So when I seen the streetcar coming, I says to him, now listen, I says, cut out that laughing and make a fool of yourself, I says. It's bad enough what you done already without drawing some streetcar connie's attention to you so as he'd remember you, I says. So he says, to me. We get in the car and stand on the back platform. We're just crossing Randolph Street when he looks up at me and he says,
It sure feels warm, Floyd.
Shut up talking about it.
This is the warmest coat I ever had.
All right, shut up, will you?
About the warmest coat in the world, I bet.
Will you shut up?
Yeah, okay.
Then I noticed the streetcar connie's looking at me as if I'm nuts or something.
I never said nothing.
What?
I said I didn't say anything.
Well, so what?
So don't tell me to shut up, Billy.
I wasn't talking to you.
Well, don't get heavy with me, Billy. If you knew how stupid you look standing there talking to yourself.
I wasn't talking to myself.
Okay, so I'm nuts. Lake Street next.
Well, I say to myself, the guy must be nuts. Here is Kidneyfoot standing right alongside of me, grinning like a chessy cat, wiggling his neck around inside that fuzzy collar. Can't the guy see? We was all the way to Division Street where we get off when I remember the county only took one fare from me. We're walking up Division Street towards LaSalle, Kidneyfoot bobbing along the side of me. He's kind of chuckling again down inside his collar. I put it to him. What was with that there streetcar jockey, Kidneyfoot?
How?
He didn't see you.
Didn't he?
He acted like he didn't. Besides, I never paid him no fare for you. And he never asked me.
Funny, huh?
I don't get it.
Well, I ain't very anxious to be seen by nobody.
Yeah. Listen, Kidneyfoot.
What?
Look, you know me. I ain't no angel.
I should say not, kid.
Well, what I mean, listen.
Huh?
I don't like this deal one little bit.
I won't stay long, Floyd.
Well, what I mean, I can't stand no manslaughter rap, see?
Oh, me neither, Floyd.
One more rap and I'm in Joliet from now on.
Me too.
Now, look at Kidneyfoot. Don't be tough on me.
I won't be no tougher than I have to, Floyd.
Well, I mean...
I know what you mean, kid. It's the same difference with me, see? I don't want that Joliet department either.
Well,
So I figured like this. The only out I got is for you to stash me away for a while, see? I got nothing against you, kid, but this here is the only out I got, see?
Yeah, I know.
So you better play ball, see? Or else.
Yeah. Well...
Sure, take it easy, kid. Nobody's going to see me. Nobody's going to put a finger on me.
I ain't going to put the finger on you, Kidneyfoot.
Nobody ain't. Especially you. Because if you do... This where you live?
Yeah. I keep quiet if Miss Freiberg sees you.
Who's that, the landlady?
Yeah. If she sees you, throw the both of us out.
She won't see me.
Well, don't leave her.
The streetcar Connie didn't see me, did he?
Well, but... Man, you cut that out. Did she? Well, what are you laughing at, anyhow?
I just thought of something funny.
What?
And I'll tell you when we get in the room. Is it warm up there?
Yeah, it's all right. Tell me what?
Something my old lady told me once. Come on, open the door.
Keep quiet. Now, don't make any noise. Up the stairs.
Go ahead. You don't have to worry, Floyd. Nobody'll see it.
Cut it out. Come on in, quick.
Okay. Say, this is fine, Floyd.
Yeah, go to bed and shut up.
Where you going to sleep?
I ain't sleepy.
What you need is a slug of stuff. Then you'll sleep.
No, I don't want none. Take off that coat and go to bed.
Oh, no. No, I don't want to take it off. I like it.
Suit yourself. Only don't make any noise.
Don't you want a drink?
No.
Well, I do. Oh. Better have a snort. Put you to sleep.
Well, I'll have a little.
Sure.
What was you going to tell me?
Huh?
What you was laughing about.
Oh. Hey. This here bed ain't so bad.
Yeah, it's all right.
Better where I've been sleeping. It's warmer, too. Oh, this coat.
I'll have a little more of that stuff.
Sure. Fine stuff, huh?
Yeah. What was you laughing at?
Oh. Nix, be quiet. Oh, I have to laugh. You know, my old lady told me once when I was a kid.
Keep it down.
Yeah, there was an old saying. There was an old saying. Let me see now. Wear the dead man's coat. None will take note. See?
What's so funny about that?
Well, I got on the dead guy's coat. Nobody takes note.
You're drunk.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Give me another slug.
Yeah, sure.
I tell you, you're nuts.
She used to tell me about an old guy. His name was John Thomas Grady, his name was. So John Thomas Grady, he knocked off a judge. This was in the old country. And nobody ever seen him from that day to this.
Yeah? How come?
He put on the dead man's coat.
I don't get it.
People couldn't see him. So, see? He can't see me either.
I can see you.
Nobody else can.
Give me some of that. How can I see you if nobody else can?
Because you was in on it, I guess. I don't know how it works, Floyd, but that's how it is. I'm invisible.
You're crazy in the head. Roll over there. I want to sleep.
I thought you said you wasn't sleeping.
All of a sudden, I am. One more nightcap.
Split it with you. Oh. Yes, sir? Invisible.
Unsensible.
There was more to the saying. Only I forget.
Well, shut up.
Okay. Wear the dead man's coat and...
I woke up and I was freezing to death. Cassidy, he was all right. He was bundled up in that coat, snoozing away as peaceful as if he had nothing on his conscience. I guess he didn't. Didn't have a conscience, I mean. My head was banging like a boiler factory. That there two-bit whiskey jars your teeth loose if you ain't used to it like Kitty from Cassidy was. Yeah. I sat there on the edge of the bed and I thought. The more I thought, the worse it got. I was stuck. He had me. If I beeped, he put the mark on me, and where he went, I'd go too. Didn't do no good to think. No, because I'm a good guy. Because Cassidy had to have an overcoat. No cop in the world would believe me for a minute. Oh, I need a drink. Bottle's empty. I sit and look out at the brick wall next to the window. Look at Cassidy all warm in his new coat and sleeping the sleep of the just. Yeah, I'm going to wake him up, too. Then there's a rap on the door, and it opens, and I pretty near jump out of my skin. Boy, am I scared.
Good morning, Floyd.
Good morning, Mrs. Freiberg. I tried to throw the blanket over Cassidy. Good morning.
Didn't you forget something yesterday, Floyd?
Forget? Forget what? He kicks the blanket off.
It was rent day yesterday.
Oh, rent. Cassidy opens one eye and looks at Mrs. Freiberg. Rent day?
What's the matter with you this morning? Got a hangover.
Yeah. Yeah, guess I have. Cassidy makes a face at her.
It smells like a brewery. Well?
Yeah? Oh, yeah. I'll give you the money. Trying to keep eye on Cassidy. How much is it?
You sure have got a hangover, ain't you? It's $4, just the same as it always was.
Okay, $4. Cassidy's climbing out of bed. $4.
Listen, Floyd, I got my cleaning to do. I can't take up the whole morning talking to you.
All right. I reach in my pocket, I take out the $4 and I hand it to her. Cassidy has come out of bed and he's standing right there in front of Mrs. Freiberg, all squidged up in his coat. He's making faces at her. She don't notice a thing.
What are you looking so funny about?
Hangover, I guess. Cassidy's bobbing up and down in front of her, grinning like an ape, and she don't pay no mind.
You want a receipt?
Receipt? No, I guess not, Miss Freiberg. I guess not.
What are you up to, Floyd?
Me?
I won't stand for no monkey shines in my house. You know that.
I ain't got no monkey shines.
Well, all right. See, you don't. I'll send David up to make the bed. You better get out and get some air.
Cassidy is doubling up, laughing all the time she's talking. So she goes out and he pretty near busts.
You see? I am invisible. Oh, boy. Why didn't I think of this before?
Well, what you gonna think? He was right there. He done everything but pinch the old lady, and she never seen him. Did you ever hear that before, getting invisible wearing the coat of a guy you killed? I never did either. But boy, it's no kidding. Sure. Him and me went out right past the houseboy David. He speaks to me. Don't give Kidneyfoot a tumble. They walk down the street, and Kidneyfoot deliberately walks right into a guy, and the guy begs my pardon. The guy at Thompson's thought I was cuckoo when I ordered 2 breakfasts. He sure thought we was only me. Kidneyfoot slips his mid into the cash drawer and lifts a couple of $10 bills. He snatches a handful of nickels and dimes from a newsstand. Just like everybody but me was blind to him. And then we're back at the house and we read the newspapers he pinched. There's the item about that fella that got killed. Mystery. And the old chills begin to crawl up my spine when it says the cops have got a clue. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but there was 2 of us there. There's only one of us that anybody can see. It's me. All the time, Cassidy's sitting there wrapped up in that coat, that dead man's coat. And I say to him finally, Cassidy, will you take that coat off?
Floyd, I can't take it off.
Why not?
I tried it. It won't come off.
Stop it. Unbutton it and take it off.
Floyd, I tell you, I can't take it off.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. The buttons won't unbutton. I gotta keep on wearing it.
Hey, let me try. Gosh, I can't get it unfastened.
I know you can't, Floyd. I remember the rest of the saying.
What saying?
About the dead man's coat. It's something about how you're dead when you take it off.
He tried all day, every once in a while, to get the coat off him, but there was no soap. You could get a button unfastened, and when you tried the next one, the first one to button all over again. Cassidy got scareder and scareder. So did I, for that matter. Twice during the day, old Lady Freiberg come running up to see what all the commotion was about. It was Cassidy crying. I always managed to shut him up before she got in the room. Of course, she couldn't see him. By nighttime, I was pretty near nuts. I got him another bottle, and finally he went to sleep, all wrapped up in his coat. Or the guy's coat. Oh, sir, I didn't sleep on that bed with him. I slept in the chair. What sleeping I done? He woke up in the morning hollering. I shut him up. I talked to him about how swell it was to be invisible. About how he could get in places, jewelry stores, banks, rich people's houses over on Lakeshore Drive. All the time he kept sitting there, wiggling in that coat. He'd be trying to take it off, and then he'd all of a sudden think about having to be dead to get it off, and he'd stop. And I keep on talking about how nice it is to be invisible, and he's fidgeting and not listening much. After a while, an idea came to me. It would be nice to be invisible. And it would be nicer to be invisible and not have Kidneyfoot Cassidy around. I guess my talking to him had to run down.
What's the matter with you, Floyd?
Me? Nothing, Kidneyfoot.
You're looking at me awful funny.
Am I?
Oh, give me a drink.
So I give him a drink. I went out and I bought 2 more bottles. 5th. Money was going to be plentiful pretty soon, see? He passed out. He sat there in the dark and thought. Long towards morning, I made up my mind I'd get rid of this guy that was hanging around my neck. And I'd be invisible, too. Man, think about that yourself sometime. The things a guy could do if you can't see him. So it was 7 o'clock in the morning when I went over to the bureau and got out my Georgia boxing glove. You know what a Georgia boxing glove is? Switchblade knife. Blade about an inch long and the palm of your hand is wide. Kidneyfoot was snoring kind of quiet. And I went over to bed. I give him the Georgia boxing glove for a present. The coat come off easy. I put it on, buttoned it up, and I went out for a walk. I wanted to try it out, see? It was a success. I walked all over the loop. I rode streetcars for free. I took a guy's pocketbook right out of his hand. Pretty near noon when I decided to come back to my room and pick up what odds and ends I needed. Oh, nobody see me go in. I went right up to the room. Did I get a surprise? Cassidy was still laying there. He hadn't bled at all. But old Lady Freiberg was there, too, having a cat fit. There was 2 guys with her. One I spotted for a dick right away. You couldn't miss. The other guy was bending over Cassidy. He was a doctor. I seen his grip. Old Lady Freiberg was talking.
I came up to change the bedclothes, and there he was. I don't know how he got in here.
So Cassidy wasn't invisible anymore. But I was. And then the doctor turns around.
How long has this man been here?
I don't know. He wasn't here yesterday.
That's funny.
Funny? How's it funny?
Well, it's funny because this man's been dead for 3 days.
3 days? 3 days? Well, I just killed him this morning.
No, ma'am, I'm sure. He's been dead for 3 days at least.
3 days? It was 3 days ago. He put on a dead man's coat. He's been... And I got the coat on now. And... I can't get it off. Listen to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Ed Latimer was our Cassidy. Leora Thatcher played Mrs. Freiberg. And Morton Lawrence, who played the conductor, was also the doctor. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, quiet please, here's our writer-director, my good friend, Bill Cooper.
The story I've got for you next week, I call Sketch for a Screenplay. It's about a man and a woman and an airplane, and Hollywood, and a number of other things.
By the way, friends, Mr. Cooper and I have been wanting this chance for many, many weeks to ask you what you think of our broadcasts. We'd very much appreciate a short line from you as to how you're enjoying Quiet Please. Just a brief note. Now, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please, for tonight is called Whence Came You?
I came from Jerusalem. I've traveled in the East a good deal in the last 20-odd years, and I flatter myself that I know my way around. So when I got off the plane at Cairo, I didn't start for the camp right away as a good storybook archaeologist would have done. I made a beeline for Shepherd's in the room I'd left a couple of days before when I went to Jerusalem. A bath, a gin and tonic, and a large batch of mail from the States. What more can a man ask? In Cairo on a hot night? But, of course, it was too good to last. I'm just going to let him knock.
Hey, Austin, wake up.
Now, who the...
Hey, it's Abe Feldman.
Abe Feldman? Hey!
Hi, Austin. Regards from State and Matters.
Well, I'll be darned. Come on here. What are you doing here? What do you got there?
I do get around, don't I? This is gin and tonic. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, but come in. Well, sit down. You're the last man in the world that I...
Here, take a gin and tonic before I drop it. Well, l'chaim.
L'chaim in spades, Abe. By golly, I'm glad to see you, boy.
I'm glad to see you. I've been looking here for 3 days waiting for you to come back. Hey, you look skinnier.
Will you go out and dig holes out there for 6 months, lad? You'll take off some of that fat, too.
Me, fat? Go away, you're kidding. Well, get your shirt on and let's go see the town.
Sit down. Come on, what you doing here?
Business?
Yeah, what kind of business?
Newspaper business, Natch. What's cooking in the Middle East and stuff. Say, how do you get more of these things?
We'll get on the bar in a minute. They're colder down there. Well, go on. Tell me about it.
Well, you know, Eddie Hefferkamp just called me in and said draw some dough and go east and send him some stuff for the Sunday feature section. The Trib's making a monkey out of us again. So I remember the dear old days on the Midway, you and me, and you're around here, so... Let's go see the town, huh?
Well, I'll be darned. When'd you leave Chicago?
Day before yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Yep, the loot's still there. They still got the Burlicue shows on South State Street. The Michigan Avenue Bridge is always up. The Cubs are in 7th place. Now?
Now what?
Now we go see the town? Come on, put on your pants.
You've never been in Cairo before, have you?
Me? Not me. Why?
Well, if you had, you wouldn't care much about seeing it, my boy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But, women...
You had a good look at any of them?
Have I? Oh, boy.
What?
The one that's waiting for you downstairs.
Waiting for me?
Wow.
What are you talking about? I don't know any women in Cairo.
Well, there's one who knows you.
Why, you're crazy.
I'm telling you.
How do you know?
She's been waiting down there for 3 days. I've seen her.
What'd she look like?
Oh, boy.
Not a native.
Cleopatra.
Is this one of your bum jokes, Abe?
I give you my word of honor.
I don't get it.
Come on downstairs and you will.
So we went downstairs. British colonels, American traveling salesmen, Egyptian army officers, a thief or two, a bevy of the ugliest women in the world. And I don't see any woman waiting for me.
There, by the door to the bar.
And I looked. And there by the door stood the one most beautiful woman I have ever seen in all my life. She was no Egyptian native. She might have descended from one of the marvelously lifelike paintings of a queen of the Hathor dynasty that I'd seen on the walls of tombs 2,000 years old. How can I describe her? Her eyes were black. Her hair was black and cut in the manner of the days of the shepherd kings that ruled the valley of the Nile 1,000 years before the pyramids were built. Red lips that smiled at me slowly. I felt my knees tremble as she looked into my eyes.
Come on, let's go ask her if she's got a friend.
And when I looked back at her... Where'd she go? It was midnight, and then 1 o'clock, and 2, and then 3. We still walked the streets of Cairo, and the waning moon was rising in the northeast behind our shoulders as we turned our steps back to the hotel. Twice I thought I'd seen her, and twice she, if she it was, disappeared into a narrow, winding street where we couldn't follow. No, I never followed women about the streets of a foreign city before, not in all my life. Well, there's little enough of that in the life of an archaeologist. The women we followed died 1,000, 10,000 years before we were born. We know them only by the portraits painted on the walls of a musty tomb, by what we find in great hermetically sealed stone caskets, wrapped in rust-colored linen and smelling of the ghost of cinnamon and myrrh and spikenard. I don't know why I did this.
I know. She wanted you to come after her.
That's ridiculous, Abe.
I heard her ask for you.
Well, what would she want of me?
What does a pretty gal usually want of a guy? Drinks, something to eat, a good time?
She could have had that from anybody.
Yeah, me, for instance. But she wanted you, Austin.
Well, why?
Maybe she's a spy or something.
A spy?
Maybe she wanted to sell you something. You know, you grave robbers. Maybe she knows where some old pharaoh or somebody is planted.
Yeah, that could be, I suppose. Yeah, well, I'm for bed. I got to get out to the diggings early.
Fine night we had.
Yeah, forget it. You got a room, huh?
Yeah, right down the hall. Well, knock on my door when you get up.
All right. Good night.
Night. Say, they have this incense all the time around this place, huh?
What do you mean?
Don't you smell it? Smells like a funeral.
I don't. Oh. Yeah, I suppose. Night.
Night, Austin.
I could have told him what the incense was. I've smelled cinnamon and myrrh and spikenard too often not to recognize it instantly. When I opened the door to my room, the smell was almost overpowering, used as I am to the funeral spices of ancient Egyptian tombs. No, I'm not going to tell you that a beautiful Egyptian princess of the days of Hyksos was waiting for me in the darkness. This isn't a ghost story. It's a true story. There wasn't anyone in the room. I turned on the lights, opened the window. There wasn't anyone in the room.
So I went to bed, dreamed about sailing on Lake Michigan. The storm came up and the thunder crashed. And I was scared to death. Then I woke up and the thunder was the servant knocking on my door, bringing me my morning cup of tea. Abe and I got in my Jeep and rode out to the excavation. It's quite a distance from Cairo. But never mind just where it is, because that's my business. And the university's. That right rear tire went flat just as I'd been expecting. I forgot to put air in the spare, so we took quite a while getting it pumped up. It was late afternoon when we got there. Abe had never seen anything of this sort. You see, Abe, these places are built one on top of another. Almost every village and town in the east is.
Different periods of time, huh?
Yeah, that's right. There may be any number of cities built above the ruins of another. All we do is dig out the top one, you see, recover everything we can that's of historical importance, then go on carefully down to the next.
What do you do with the stuff that's on top?
It has to be destroyed, naturally.
Oh, gee, that's too bad, ain't it?
Well, we make careful records, photographs.
And then you just peel off the stuff and go on to the next.
That's right. This is the fourth city from the top we're working on now. See that big pile of rubble over there?
Yeah.
That's the remains of the other three cities.
Gee, that seems a shame. All those years of work and living and everything.
Well, we save artifacts, of course.
Save what?
Things that people made, pot shards, fragments of wall paintings, decorations, that sort of thing.
What do you do with the people you find?
People?
Yeah.
Oh, mummies, various things. We read the inscriptions, decide whether the fellow is important enough to investigate further. The Egyptian government has a great deal to say about the contents of tombs, you know.
Find any gold?
Not here so far, but we probably will. This part where we're standing was the necropolis of this particular city.
Uh-huh.
The cemetery, you see.
Oh, yeah.
It's reasonable to suppose that there are other tombs under here.
That's where you find the jewels and the gold and stuff.
Generally, yes.
Say, Austin, why don't you get a steam shovel in here? You'd move this stuff a lot quicker.
And probably smash some priceless inscriptions or paintings into bits. No, my boy, we do this gently.
Uh-huh. And you can read this stuff, huh? The hieroglyphics?
Hieroglyphics comes from two Greek words originally meaning carving by priests.
Okay, Professor. Can you read it?
Yeah, of course. I can read a good deal of the later writings by sight. When we get down to the real ancient stuff, that's a little more difficult.
What does this say?
What?
This slab here.
Yeah, let's see. Here was I, Hotep, presented with I guess you'd say invested with, the working tools of those who build. In my hand, I, Hotep, took the tools of the second grade of workmen in stone, the plumb, the square, and
the level, huh?
How'd you know?
There were masons in those days.
Well, sure. How do you think they built all this stone stuff?
Hey, look at that. What's that there?
It's a name. Sholem. It's probably Solomon. Yeah, this was in Solomon's time.
Right alongside the name.
The middle stone of an arch, which is secret.
The keystone. These fellas didn't know how to build an arch.
Well, that's right, they didn't. Why are you so excited about it, though?
Hey!
What?
Look at that.
This? Yeah, that's a very fine example of wall painting. Look how the colors are still bright. Look how they...
Yeah. You see the same thing I see, don't you?
You know what I saw. You know whose portrait was painted on the edge of the slab that came from a tomb that was old in the time of Augustus Caesar? Coincidence or not, here was the face of the woman who waited for me the night before in Shepherd's Hotel.
It's amazing how racial characteristics persist through centuries in Egypt. I have seen Egyptian men who might have been Tutankhamun's own brother. I've seen women, but you wouldn't blame me for feeling my hackles rise a little at this uncanny resemblance to the woman who disappeared. I kept smelling myrrh and spikenard and cinnamon. But I hadn't much time to think of it then. Martin Weaver, who was in charge of the actual excavation, came up behind us.
Well, I'm glad you're back, Austin.
Oh, hello, Martin. How are we doing? Zabe Felden, Martin Weaver.
How are you? Hello. Well, the day before yesterday, we broke through a place, Austin, that goes down to the city underneath this one.
You did?
Yeah, one of the workmen found a big sandstone slab, and we cleared it away completely. I've got the big shears rigged over it now, and I thought we'd wait till you got here to lift the slab. You want to do it tonight or what?
Oh, gosh, let's do it now, Austin.
Well, what do you think? Getting dark.
Let's have a look at it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're back. Bring anything to drink with you?
We walked half a mile. There was a little clearing at one corner of the necropolis, and the beams of the shears stood stark against the darkening sky. There was something elemental, something deathly about them. It's not an archaeologist's job to be sentimental or superstitious. None of us would stay on the job very long if we were. But the half-inch steel cable was attached to a block of stone. It was the only thing that separated us from something that happened perhaps 40 centuries ago. And, well, there are times when a man's entitled to shiver a little in the wind that rises over the desert at sunset. Abe was beside himself with excitement.
Let's pull it up, Austin. Go on, let's pull it up, huh?
Go ahead, Martin.
Okay. Glad we got the engine. That slab weighs about 70 tons.
Go ahead. A little higher.
Gosh. The air from down there.
That air you're breathing, Abe, was breathed by pharaohs long before Moses led his people out of this country.
Gee.
Okay, hold it, Martin.
Right.
You going down there, Austin?
Tomorrow.
Oh, not now?
No, it's late.
Oh, gee, I'd like to go down there.
We will in the morning.
How is it?
Let's take your flashlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, mummy case, some wall paintings.
Let me see.
Take the flashlight.
Oh, boy. It isn't far down there. I'm going to jump down.
No, wait.
Don't do that. I'll be all right.
Now, don't go running all over that place, tracking it up, Abe.
I won't, boy. It's dark down here.
Get a ladder, Martin.
Yeah, okay.
You hear me, Abe?
I hear you. Throw me your flashlight.
Doggone it, that's the last time you... Here. Now stand still.
I'm standing still. Hey, Austin.
What?
The picture on the wall.
What picture?
Over here on the wall. Oh, darn it. I dropped the light.
Well, stand still. Martin will be back in a minute with his light.
Austin.
What?
There's something in here.
Well, be careful. It might be a snake.
No, it ain't a snake. It is.
Abe! Abe, what happened?
Look out, Austin! Look out! The slab!
We worked all night long, Martin and I, splicing that steel cable and raising the heavy slab that had imprisoned Abe in that place of the dead. We had no hope, but what could we do? A miracle might have happened. There might have been a chink between the slab and the opening it covered, an opening through which a few breaths of air might have seeped into the tomb. The snake might not have bitten him. He might have killed it. So we told each other all through the night. The stubborn cable cut our hands and defied our every effort. The sun was just rising when we at last had made it fast, and Martin started the engine. We'd fastened the rope onto the cable, and we swung the great stone slab aside. I was down in the tomb almost before it had cleared the opening. It was too late. I nearly sickened as I called to Martin. He jumped down, too.
Oh, my good... What happened to him?
I thought it was a snake.
No snake did that. No. I saw a pigeon once that a hawk had been at.
We'd have been too late even if the slab hadn't fallen.
Well, Austin.
What?
That mummy case. Was the cover off it last night when you looked down here?
No. Why, Abe couldn't have.
That lid weighs 10 tons.
Then we looked down into the stone coffin. I hope I shall never see the like of that again.
What is it?
The mummy of a man. A tall man in a robe of gold cloth. Not wrapped in linen bindings, just a robe of gold cloth with strange symbols woven into the cloth. And his head. Not a man's head. The head of a hawk. No, not a mask. We looked carefully. A man with the head of a hawk. And the hawk's beak, all dabbled with red. I didn't believe it either. It couldn't be. But it was. It was the father of all the Egyptian gods, Osiris. Osiris, the brother husband of Isis, the founder of the world's first empire. Osiris, who was murdered 16,000 years ago. And his body was hidden by Isis, his wife, with a blasting curse on any who might find his tomb. It was impossible. It couldn't be. But there it was. And Martin and I and a dead man were there in his tomb with him. And the curse hung heavy in the musty air around us. And then the first rays of the sun, reflected from something above us, stole down into the tomb. And I saw the pictures on the wall. I saw Osiris with his hawk's head. And the robe he wore and the mitre on his hawk's head was the same that the mummy wore in a casket. I saw Isis, his wife, weeping over the body of her murdered husband. And the beauty of the work of the long-dead artist was unbelievable. And I saw another picture. There was the daughter of Isis and Osiris. Yes, of course I could read the inscriptions. Yes. Of course I could recognize her face. I'd seen it before. In the lobby of Shepherd's Hotel. And the inscriptions on the wall were terrifying. There were secrets there that men would give their lives to possess today. There were secrets there that we've only begun to imagine today. I'm a scientist, I know. Or do I? We forgot the thing in the coffin. We forgot the thing on the floor. And it grew darker and darker in the tomb. And I read on and on. I stood before the painting of the one who was Osiris' daughter. Long black hair. Red lips that smiled at me. And my heart stopped at the inscription under the portrait. I read it over again. Be not afraid. Tin. Carved into the living rock in the ancient hieratic characters uncounted centuries ago. Not by the hand of the artist. I knew who had carved my name there. Be not afraid, Austin. And I wasn't afraid at all when I discovered that the thing that was making it dark down there was a great slab of sandstone, slowly swinging around and down to imprison us all in the tomb that the wife of Osiris had cursed. Martin Weaver was a very brave man. Martin Weaver didn't scream and cry in the heavy dark. Martin Weaver talked to me quietly.
It'll be all right, Austin. The workmen will be here before long, and they'll see the slab, and Ibrahim knows how to run the engine.
I hope so, Martin. I hope they'll be in time.
They'll be in time. He'll start the engine and pull the thing off all right.
I hope so, Martin.
Sure. They'll know that something's wrong.
Where are you?
Right here.
Well, stand still.
I am standing still.
I thought I heard you move.
No. You afraid, Austin?
Are you?
Not particularly. But I...
Yes.
Well, the thing in the... Where are you going?
I haven't moved.
I thought I felt your hand on my arm.
No. Sit still. Don't use up the air.
Well, you sit still.
I tell you, I didn't move.
Something's moving.
It couldn't be.
Austin?
What? Martin. 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 Answer me, Martin. And there was nothing but silence. And then another footstep. And I felt a hand on my arm, and I screamed with terror. But it was a gentle hand, and it led me gently away from where I stood in the dark. And I followed. I hit my head on the solid stone wall. My feet dragged as I followed whoever it was through a door that I knew couldn't be there. And a voice breathed in my ear.
Austin.
And I smelled cinnamon and myrrh and spikenard. And I followed on. And soon there was a glimmering of light ahead of me, and I felt the hand release my arm, and I walked on toward the light. Then, in a little while, another little room hewn out of the solid rock, and a light burning. A little bronze lamp at the head of a mummy case of lacquered painted wood. And the portrait image on the lid of the sarcophagus. The same face. The smile. And I came closer to read the inscription I knew would be there. An inscription put there so many, many years ago. I have freed you, Austin. Now free me. My hand went to the fastening of the lid. When I looked up to the wall above, the portrait again, but with a difference. The same costume, the same jewelry, the same headdress. But the head was the head of a hawk, the head of Osiris' daughter. So I sit here, and the little bronze lamp is flickering low. No. I haven't opened the coffin. I'm afraid to.
Listen to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Murray Forbes played Abe Feldman. Martin Weaver was Don Briggs. As usual, the original music for Quiet, Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet, Please. Here is my good friend, our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
I've got a story for you next week called Put on the Dead Man's Coat. It's about a man who had an idea that wasn't good for him.
Put on the dead man's coat. The title of next week's Quiet Please. And so until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Where Do You Get Your Ideas? All I said to him was, where do you get your ideas? And look what he did to me. I came in this bar and I sat down quiet by myself. And I said to the bartender, Charlie, make me a dry Manhattan and put 2 olives in it. So I had my dry Manhattan. Then I had another. I began to look around. There wasn't anybody else in the bar but this skinny little guy in a corduroy shirt sitting down at the other end of the bar drinking ginger ale and talking kind of to Charlie. So I got interested. You know how it is in the bar. And I took my drink and I walked up the end of the bar and sat down alongside the guy. He didn't pay any attention.
I don't see very well.
And I listened, and what they was talking about was radio. So I'm very interested in radio. Well, I got a set that Rudy made for me, and it's the finest set you ever saw. If there's anything I like, it's a good radio set. Well, in a minute I discovered they weren't talking about radio sets. And they were talking about radio programs. Then I really do get interested. So I said to Charlie, give my friend a drink. Meaning the guy in there.
I didn't want a drink. If I want a drink, I can buy it myself.
He didn't want a drink, so I just sat there and listened to him talk. Say, it was awfully interesting. It's all about people in radio, you know. People you hear singing and saying things and acting and all that, and laughs about things that happen. They were especially interesting to me because I am such a radio fan, see? So I was listening with all my ears. But they don't pay any attention.
Who is this creep, Charlie?
So I can't stand it any longer, and I say to the fella in the corduroy shirt, I say, you in radio, mister?
You want another dry Manhattan, Tom?
Sure, Charlie. Only my name's not Tom, it's Basil. B-A-S-I-L, like Basil Rathbone in the movies. Sure, I'll have another dry Manhattan. You in radio, mister?
Yeah, he's in radio.
Leave the man answer the question, Charlie.
He don't like to talk.
He's talking to you.
I'm not a stranger.
Well, I'm not either. My name's Basil Gitlip, mister. Glad to meet you.
Thanks.
You're in radio, mister?
Yes. Here's your drink, Tom.
Basil, Charlie, not Tom.
Why do you call him Tom, Charlie? His name's Basil, he says.
Too hard to remember names at a bar. Everybody's either Tom or George to me.
How do you tell them apart?
All the good guys are George.
I see.
What do you do in radio, mister?
I write, Tom.
Stories?
Yeah. Charlie, give me another ginger ale, will you? With a little lemon peel this time.
It's a do.
Well, what kinds of stories?
Fantastic stories, I guess. I think I'll have a little ginger ale myself.
Like murder stories?
Sometimes. Charlie, what time is it? Pretty near closing time. That's what I figured.
I sure like murder stories.
I'm getting tired. So am I.
Could I ask you a personal question, mister?
They're off at Hialeah. I've been expecting it. Sure.
I said, could I ask you a personal question, mister?
Well?
I was just wondering, where do you get your ideas?
I just think about it.
Do you?
Sometimes he gets ideas about people that talk to strangers in bars. Strangers that don't want to be talked to.
Do you?
Sometimes.
I could tell you some murder stories.
Could you?
Yeah, I sure could.
He knows some murder stories.
Oh, but I could tell you true murder stories.
Look, Tom. For a nickel, you can buy a morning paper, and it's full of true murder stories. Want another dry Manhattan?
Sure. Not good true murder stories like I can tell.
Look, Basil, did you ever murder anybody?
Me? Not so much from the top.
Yes, you. Did you ever murder anybody?
Sure.
You think the Dodgers have got a chance this year? I like Casey Stengel. He looks like Gertrude Stein. He knows more about baseball than she does.
I murdered a woman.
He's been in it longer.
I murdered a woman.
Congratulations.
Well, I did.
When?
Well, tonight.
Yes, so.
And last night. And the night before and last Thursday.
Keeps you busy, doesn't it? You'll run out of women, Basil.
No, this is the same one. She won't stay there.
Where is she?
Out in the lobby.
You mind if I go look and call the cops?
Make me another dry Manhattan before you go.
I'll make it when I come back. Don't leave me alone here with the murderer, Charlie.
Oh, I won't hurt you, mister.
Thanks.
Hurry up, Charlie. I want another dry Manhattan.
I'll be right back.
Is he going out to look for her? Really?
I think he's going to look for Manuel.
Who's Manuel?
Manuel's the bouncer.
He won't find her.
Her? Manuel's him.
No, I mean the woman I murdered.
Oh. Listen, Mac, you oughtn't to drink so many of those things.
These? Oh, they don't hurt me.
You keep on drinking them that way, and the first thing you know, you will murder somebody.
Oh, I do.
Do what?
Murder people.
Okay, have it your way. Find her, Charlie? You kidding? There's nobody out there. You didn't think you'd find anybody, did you?
No. You kidding? I could have told you that, but you didn't ask me. Can I have that dry Manhattan now, please?
This will have to be the last one, Tom. I'm running out of olives.
Basil. Well, if you'd stop eating them yourself, there'd be enough left for me.
Company, girls. What? You got another customer. Yes, ma'am?
I'll have a beer, please.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, Basil.
One beer.
Thanks.
Well, like I was saying...
You got blood on your shoes.
Oh, sure.
Beer isn't very cold.
Stop squawking about the beer, Helen.
Hurts my throat.
Drink it.
Look, leave the lady alone, will you?
Me?
You.
I don't mind it.
This fellow here is the writer, Helen. He writes for the radio.
Pleased to meet you.
Good evening.
He writes stories about murder and things.
How nice.
Thanks.
Just tell him about us, Basil.
I was just starting to.
He doesn't want to hear it. I want another ginger ale.
Tell her about us, Basil.
She's the woman I murdered. But she doesn't stay murdered.
Another beer, please.
Yes, ma'am. Do you like being murdered, ma'am?
All right.
I was asking him where he got his ideas.
Where does he go?
Well, he just dreams them up, I guess. Don't you? Sure.
You ever write a story about people on the moon?
He wouldn't know about people on the moon.
There aren't any people on the moon. Charlie, give me one more ginger ale for the road.
Okay. I saw people on the moon. Aren't there, Basil?
Millions of them. Animals, too.
Sure. Why don't you write a story about people on the moon?
I don't know anything about people on the moon.
Basil does.
Sure.
Tell him, Basil. I like to hear about people on the moon.
Well, they got 2 heads.
Apiece?
Sure. 2 heads apiece.
And they got 4 arms.
4 arms must be handy.
Yeah, they are. 4 arms and 2 heads.
I'm going to bed.
No, stay and hear about the people on the moon.
Some other time.
No, have another ginger ale. No, I'll buy you a ginger ale.
I have to get up early in the morning.
No, I want to tell you about the people on the moon.
I don't want to hear about the people on the moon, Tom.
Well, I want to tell them about it.
Oh, leave him alone,
I
Basil.
won't do it. Listen, friend,
I'm not your friend.
I can give you a great story about people on the moon.
He doesn't want to hear about him, Basil.
You shut up. There's people on the moon, see? They got 4 arms and 2 heads, and they have all kinds of fun.
Lay off, Tom.
You can't talk sermons like this.
Didn't I tell you to shut up?
You leave him alone.
Shut up or I'll murder you again.
Now, listen. This is a nice, quiet bar. And nice, quiet people come in here.
Well, I'm quiet.
You're going to be a lot quieter after the cops come and take you away.
You see, Basil, I told you.
I told you to shut up or I'll kill you.
That does it, Basil. Outside.
No, he's starting things and getting thrown
Did you
out.
hear me?
Look, Basil, let's calm down, shall we?
No.
Some other time you and I'll sit down and you can tell me all about the people on the moon and on Mars and everywhere, huh?
I don't know anything about the people on Mars. I don't even know if there are any people on Mars.
Come on, Basil, let's go home.
Listen, I close.
I'm not afraid of you, you big bum.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. If I tell what I know about you...
You won't live this out.
Outside, you.
What?
I said pay your check and get out of here. $2.68.
You think I ain't got the money, huh? Well, look at that.
Oh, Basil, don't throw your money around that way.
Listen, babe, I got just about enough for you.
You want me to throw you out of here?
Go on, sorry, Mom.
Listen, I told you I've had about enough of you.
Lay out his guys then.
No.
I told you to shut up. Ain't another dry Manhattan.
Tired.
Me too. I don't like coroner's juries and courts and that stuff. You want another ginger ale?
If I was a drinking man, I'd have a double one. You hear anything? They found him yet?
No. He sure disappeared, didn't he?
They'll catch him.
Sure. He's not. Yes. Quiet tonight.
Noisier than last night.
I thought that fellow up at the coroner's jury was going to say we killed him.
Tough guy.
Well, she's dead all right this time.
What?
The girl. That Helen. Said she wouldn't stay dead.
He's nerdier than a fruitcake.
He sure disappeared.
Well, you'd disappear if you murdered somebody.
He was just coming around the bar.
Go on, you were under the bar.
Well, he was under the stool.
Sure.
And I looked up and he was gone.
They'll find him.
I hope so.
Kind of a nice-looking girl.
I never did get paid for those beers.
He put some money on the bar.
Wasn't enough.
Too bad. Yeah. I'm tired. Me too. Not used to murder.
Can I have a dry Manhattan, Charlie?
Where did you come from?
Don't you know the cops are looking for you? Sure. Can I have the dry Manhattan, not too much removed?
Listen.
Make it a double. I'm thirsty.
Listen.
Well,
You.
Oh, hello there. I didn't recognize you. Mind if I sit down by you?
Thanks.
Hiya. Me? I'm all right. How's the ideas tonight?
Listen, don't start that again.
I was starting to tell you about the people on the moon last night when we was interrupted. How about that double dry Manhattan, Charlie?
You're not going to get any double Manhattan here, Tom.
Basil, like your Basil why not?
I'm not going to get in any jam.
You don't get in any jam. I'll be out of here before the cops come. If they do come.
If they do come. They'll drag you out of here feet first.
Nah, they won't.
Yes, they will.
But what for?
What for?
Oh, you mean Helen.
What else?
I don't worry about her.
Charlie. Listen.
Charlie.
What?
Come here a minute.
Yeah. What about you?
I'll be all right.
Okay. Double Manhattan, did you say?
Dry Manhattan.
Okay.
Helen always makes me so mad.
You know her pretty well?
Well, I've murdered her 5 times now.
That's all?
Sure. That's fine, Charlie. Where are you going?
I have to see him.
Well, hurry back. I'll be needing another dry Manhattan.
Okay.
That's good. Yes, sure is a puzzle to me where you get your ideas.
It is, huh?
Yeah, it sure is. How you think of these things every week, it's by me.
It's just like laying bricks.
I never lay bricks. Say, I sure wish you'd write a story about the moon.
About those people with 4 arms and 2 heads?
You remember that, didn't you?
They don't.
They just drink.
Drink what?
Dry Manhattan.
I see. What else do they do?
You want to hear about them?
Sure.
Well, they know how to travel through space.
They do.
Sure. They come down to Earth all the time.
Many of them?
I bet you there's 100 people from the moon right here on Earth right now.
That's so. Probably sure taking a long time.
It sure is. I want another drink.
Dry Manhattan like the people on the moon drink.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Charlie!
Yeah.
Charlie?
Must be in a phone booth or something.
I guess so. Tell me more about these people on the moon. 4 arms, you said?
Yeah. 4 arms.
What do they do when they come down to Earth?
Murder people.
So?
Oh, sure. They think it's fun.
Good fun.
Yeah, they come down here kind of on vacation to murder people.
Must be interesting.
It's very. You see, you can't murder people on the moon.
Why not?
Well, they don't die.
How long does it take to get here from the moon, do you suppose?
About 20 minutes.
Oh?
Sure. Tomorrow, the atomic energy. You put a little thing on one of your arms, and you twist a little button, and you take a deep breath. And boom. Earth.
Hey, Charlie! Hey, guess he's busy.
Yeah. Yeah, and murder's fun, though. Especially when you don't get to do it much. I suppose. You think I'm crazy? What? I bet you think I'm crazy. Oh, no. I'm not. That Helen, she's a pain in the neck. That's why you murdered her? That's why I always murder her. Oh. Do you murder other people, too? I haven't yet, but I'm going to. Have you got any customers picked out? No. I've just been looking around. I see. Helen makes me so mad, though, sometimes. I have to murder her. Are you sure murdered her last night? I got mad. Tell me some more about the moon people. Well, the reason Helen won't stay dead, Casey, she's from the moon. She is? Sure. She hasn't got 4 arms. Sure she has. She keeps one pair covered up under her blouse. What about 2 heads? Well, she's got another head. She pulls her head open. She does? Sure. Well, Charlie, where you been, Charlie? Hey, Charlie. What are you talking about? That's moon language, Charlie. It means I want another dry Manhattan. Oh. Hurry up. I gotta get out of here.
Get out of here? Oh, no, Basil. Stick around. Well, the evening hasn't started yet.
Oh, I gotta get out of here. I got a date.
Oh, let her wait. Have a nice big drink. It's on the house.
No, I gotta go. That looks good, Charlie. That's fine. Fine. I got a date.
I'll buy you one, Basil. Well, sure make him a double again, Charlie.
Well, thanks. I am hungry.
The cops will be here in 10 minutes. If we can hold on to him.
What did you say?
I said stay another 10 minutes. He was telling me all about the people on the moon, Charlie. Very interesting, no doubt.
Oh, sure. They murder people.
How fascinating.
That's what he said. Well, thanks, kid. Looking at you.
I'll have another ginger ale, Charlie. Where do you put them all?
Well, thanks. I gotta go. I got a date.
Who you got a date with, Basil?
Helen?
You forgot something.
What?
You knocked her off here last night.
Oh, that was last night.
Right here. Remember?
Sure I remember, but that was last night.
What's the time? Only 8 minutes now. Have another dry Manhattan, Basil.
Well, I really oughtn't to.
Sure. Go on. Yeah, go on, Basil.
Helen.
I thought you'd be here, Basil.
I was just leaving. Wasn't I, Charlie?
He was just having one for the road. Listen. Where did you come from?
Up in the moor.
But you were dead.
Nah.
Can I have a beer, Helen?
I love it.
But listen, Helen.
Hmm?
We saw you at the coroner's inquest.
Such a bore.
You're not dead?
No.
But we saw you. You had a hole in your head.
Sure. See?
Hurry up and drink your beer, Helen. Maybe late.
I'm hurrying. Well, don't get impatient, Basil.
You want me to kill you again?
No, stop.
Well, I will if you don't hurry up. 2 minutes, Charlie.
Oh, boy.
Who was that gal?
I think it's the same one. Well, it can't be.
Sure it is. Ain't you, Helen?
Ain't I what?
You.
Sure I is.
But how?
How? She's from the moon, Charlie. She can't die.
Is that so?
You know what I think, Basil? What? I got an idea. I know. The cops are coming. But we'll be gone before they get here.
That isn't what I'm thinking.
And what's it?
Why, I've got an idea Helen really is from the moon. Are you nutty, too?
No, I'm not nutty. I just got an idea.
What?
Why, I've got an idea that you're from the moon, too, Basil. I just walked over to this fellow in a corduroy shirt, and I picked up my drink with one hand, and I stuck out another and shook hands with him, and I put another hand on his shoulder, and with the other hand I poked him in the ribs. Why, I said, where do you get your ideas? And look what he did to me. He smacked me with a ginger ale bottle. And if I didn't have had two heads, he might have knocked me cold.